Hello everybody and welcome to Cancun. Fairly sunny Cancun, of course, Mexico, on the Caribbean coast. And we're going to head over to Chicago. Today we're on VATSIM, of course, although there's no controllers on at the moment here. I doubt there ever is at Cancun, if I'm honest. But we're going to head up 3 and a bit hours from here all the way to Chicago O'Hare, which is going to be a nice little journey actually. I've been asked to do some longer distance routes by a couple of subscribers now, so we're going to facilitate that today, and I hope you guys enjoy the trip. So we're going to head into the flight deck and go through the entire setup from cold and dark for a change, because I've not done that with you guys for a little while. If you are new to the channel, then please consider clicking that subscribe button down below. And be sure to check out all of our tutorials on the channel as well, especially if you want to get started on the VATSIM network. Hotshot, hello, yeah. As he's mentioning there in the live chat, good afternoon Echo as well. We're checking out some new sounds in the A320neo, and they're all sort of APU based and startup based. So here we go in the flight deck. Let's have a little listen. Well, have a little. So there's some new MCDU buttons, noises. There's a new APU noise as well. Yeah, Ian. The other one was a bit of an experiment, I guess. But yeah, I agree. It was too much going on the screen, I think. So I've calmed it down to a bit of a milder version today, just to see how people think. See what people think of this one. So we've got some new sounds for the MCDU. And of course, on our AOC menu, we're connected to my sim brief, so we can pull the data. Estimated time en route there of 3 hours 11 minutes. Block time of 3 hours 39 minutes there. And we are nice and heavy there, 71.4 tons for our total gross weight, and fuel on board 11,760 kilograms. Init A page then. Init request. Let's feed our route in. And every now and again, depending on the airports, I tend to find it always happens with the Asobo handcrafted ones, but again, not in database. But clear that and press it again. And there you go. It's giving us a flight number in use, but I'm pretty sure that's me using it from earlier. But hey ho, there we go. Our cruise of flight level 360. And let's go ahead and fire up the APU. We've got some new noises for that. Call sign is Spirit Wings 772. Yeah, Hotshot. I did think that they didn't really sound any different. Not too much of an issue, I guess, at least for now. Sim brief was giving us a departure of runway 12 right, which is good because then we get to taxi around the airport a little bit. And our departure was the Nosu 1 Alpha departure, which is there. No transitions, of course, so let's go and zoom this out a little bit, and there we go. So it looks like a straight out departure and then turn left to Nosug. And then we head north to the United States. And then what we got, we're expecting maybe 28 right and that Turtle 6 arrival. And we're going to stick it in now anyway. A lot can change this time though, so I don't think ordinarily you'd bother. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? ILS 28 right in ord. Oh well, we'll insert it and then I'll deal with it when we get a bit closer. Let's have a little look at what it looks like actually on our trip. Ooh, APU noise. Oh yeah, Hotshot, just saw your chat. That's very nice. APU's available. Hotshot wants to see the APU again, so yeah, sure, let's kill it. And I'm just gonna have a little look at the flight plan while we wait for the APU to drop to 0. That's giving us a straight in there. I suppose it's being vectored with a long finals, so okay, well that works, I guess. Loads of little waypoints on the way in though, which are a little bit worrying. We could deal with the arrival in a couple of hours from now, to be fair. I'm going to have a little look at a performance calculator very briefly. I'm just waiting for that end to drop to 0 so I can start the APU again. It's 24 degrees Celsius outside air temperature in Cancun at the moment. What's our percentage Mac? 28.97, that's pretty good. 28.9, so I'm just putting this into a performance calculator online. Departure on 12 right, full runway. Flex of 52. With flaps 1. Let's do a little bit of maths very quickly. So if you want to work out your zero fuel weight, all you've got to do is take that 71,400, figure in your gross weight on the bottom screen, and minus your fuel on board at 11,760, and that should give you 59,640. And our zero fuel weight centre of gravity is, of course, it's not this value because this is with fuel on board. So ordinarily you would clear all the tanks and you could work it all out, but it should give us a value around 28.5, or the higher end. So I'll do 28.6%, and let's have a little look, see what it gives us for fuel planning. Block confirmed 7.7 tons, and it's given us there 11.76. So we go ahead and just update that. Again, I think it's sim brief with a gross over calculation, of course. APUs are 0, so let's go ahead and start it up and listen to these new sounds outside this time. Ooh. Sounds good. We've got a new feature today as well, guys, called Super Chat, YouTube Super Chat. So if you want to get your messages pinned anywhere, then you can go ahead and use that. Sounds amazing. There's the new APU sounds. And let's go bleed. I like it. That's some great work as usual by Boris the Soundman. Do like that a lot, well done. Sounds tasty. I'll shot no problem at all, it's good. Very good work, as always. Got the nav aligned. No yaw controls today, so we shouldn't be getting many issues today. You'll be pleased to know. But yeah, the APU sounds amazing, doesn't it, guys? American money for the QNH, so it's at 3001 altimeter. And our SID out of here is 12 right departures. What was our departure route? Nosua 1 Alpha. What's really bizarre is I can't actually see it on our departures. 12 right. Oh, there we go, Nosug. So I can show you guys Navigraph. It's always nice to see what I'm trying to do. There we go, we're going to depart on runway 12 right, 12 right. After takeoff, we're making a pretty sharp left turn, sorry, heading north 033 degrees, up towards the hotel island sort of area where all the hotels are in Cancun. At UN 406, we have to be below 4,000. I'd imagine for noise abatement, so we're not powering over all the hotels of max chat. And then to Nosug, we continue to assign route according to ACC instructions. So all we've got really is UN 406 as that initial altitude constraint, which should be, yeah, it is, there we go. So if I leave that on 6,000 managed, it should not let us go beyond 4,000 for that, because you can see there the constraints that I've just checked. We've got UN 406 there, which is, according to Navigraph, the one that we can't go above 4,000 on. So that works out pretty good. Let's cycle to V speeds. We are very heavy today, so V1 of 138, V2 of 143. 122.8 because we're on Unicom, and of course our IFR squawk without clearance on VATSIM is 2,000. Altitude reporting there needs to go on. Predictive wind shear. Let's turn some cool lights on as well. Interestingly enough, the oh, there's Graham spawned in. The air bridge seems to have taken itself away. Ian, yeah, they we sold out of sit bags yesterday after all of that. To be fair, exciting anyway. It was a test, I guess, just an experimental streamer, I suppose, and it went wrong. Not that we wanted it to, but it sort of it showed that it wasn't quite there yet for us. But it was okay. Hot shot. If you ever plan to retest, I committed the MCDU buttons. I didn't commit the button template to the WWise events. Yeah, I'll have a little look later on if I've got time. It was a particularly long stream today though, of course, so who knows. I think we're pretty much there then. I've got the QNH set, altimeter set. I could go ahead and put 8,000 there, for example. I've managed speed, so we shouldn't get any issues. We should hold that constraint of 4,000, at least he says. So we're going to see if that still works. And I'll just check vPilot to make sure I've pulled the flight plan. and we have 3-minute off block delay at the moment. Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772, radio check. He should be able to hear me. Let's have a little look at the Luke Air tool, because there goes the dog. Just to see if there was any Spirit Airlines safety stuff on here, but there's not, so I can get rid of the Luke Air tool. What else do we need to make sure we've set up? We're pretty much ready to go. Perf page is done. Init A, Init B. Fuel prediction. Well, good grief, got loads of fuel there left. We could probably lose some, but we'll just leave whatever SimBrief has told us to use input at the moment. Okay, and transition altitude 10,000 on the climb out. Acceleration altitude of 1519, 1,519 foot, and we are pretty much good to go. So, beacon on, ADRS aligned, APUs please just kill the external power, and interestingly I think this guy's trying to connect, but he's not, he's off, good. Can hear that APU still. Let's rock and roll then, guys. Let's head back to Chicago. Just make sure I've got my ground charts available so I know where I'm going. Right, okay, good. That's so we're going to push back facing north. Push back facing west, actually, I guess. Why is he still there? Just driving about, aimless. Anyway, Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772, push to start facing west at stand Papa 35.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
FS2 Cruise Pushback Express
Parking brakes released.
is what we're using today.
Pushing back.
Payware, of course, but it gives us the ability to steer the aircraft with rudder, or use voice control and things as well, although I haven't really got that working still. The livery is for Spirit, it's 8K and it's freeware, of course, on flightsim.to. I've got the link in the description for you guys if you want to check that out. And we're using my model matching file, of course, as well, and Mr. Mercury's.
You are cleared behind A. Start your engines at your discretion.
Thank you very much. Ignition starts. Engine 2. Chrono. Doesn't like to go centre for some reason, but hey-ho. Wait for that ignition. There we go. .58 seconds for that engine start. Start the chrono for engine 2. Wrong button.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes, please.
Flybywire
Parking
set.
brake set.
Roger. Okay, the tow bar is disconnected and the equipment is clear. We will see you on the right with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go
So,
to hand
you know what?
signals.
Can you do
Thanks.
this
Have a good flight. See you later.
view? She started. 58 seconds again. And that's all stable, so ignition mode back to norm. It was as required, so you could leave it on start for takeoff if you wanted to. AP bleed off. Let's switch off, and we can hear some new sounds again, I think. That's flaps 1 plus F, and let's check our control surfaces. We could do it in the flight deck, of course. Wing lights. Nose light to taxi. That's all looking good. Should probably put the icing warning and the standby compass on. 8000 set. Flaps 1 plus F, and let's go through our takeoff configuration memo. Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772. Taxi in to hold Charlie 9 via Bravo and Charlie. So, auto brake max, quick brake test. Check spoilers arms, so we can go ahead and do that now. And when we get nearer to the runway, we'll do cabin secure. Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772, radio check. He's pushing. Either he can't hear me or I can't hear him, because he said he's called up. We are on 122.8. Yeah.
Spirit Wings 105, radio check.
Readability 5, how many?
525.
Nice. There we go. Some VATSIM technical issues there.
Let's get this show on the road.
So we've got takeoff memos, no blue. Flight director's on, and we've got our initial altitude set. QNH 3001, that's good. Let's get rid of that APU page. Engine will do. So our V1 is 138. If you guys like the new overlay, let me know in the comments. Tweaked it compared to yesterday. Yesterday's was a little bit in your face, so I've changed it. I didn't particularly like yesterday's overlay. Is Graham catching up there? Let's have a little look at drone cam. That's a good one. I was going to go American or Delta today, but I was conscious that the other day we did an American trip. I was American Airlines, and I think prior to that I was Delta, or no, United actually, so I've gone for Spirit today, something a little bit different. We are looking good to go, so I'm just going to get my next set of charts ready. Flying straight over the hotel zone. Not that that looks like very much in the sim, I don't think. We'll give it a go. We'll have a little look. Just after departure, left and left again, and then heading north from there, so that's pretty good. Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772 lining up runway 12 right on a NOSU 1 Alpha departure. Click, 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 on they go.
Spirit Wings 105, line up and wait behind the company traffic.
William, hello, welcome. See, that's why I don't do wing view takeoffs. Let's get that on 10 so I can see our change. Slow increase to about 40 on N1, 40 to 50 M1. Tan, hello. Flex, thrust set. 80 knots. Ooh, a little bit of wiggle there from, I guess, the wind perhaps. Still going, we're quite heavy. V1, rotate. V2, positive rate, gear up. Let's go autopilot on. It should track us. Cancun traffic, Spirit Wings 772 airborne, passing 1,000.
Spirit Wings 105 taking off on 12 right, and just to mention to the traffic, you'll be overhead Cancun very shortly.
There's Cancun directly overhead. Oops. Is there anything with these custom views? They're not the best. Not paying attention. Did feel like we were going quick then. But we've got it back. Now it should hold, he says, at 4,000 until we pass that waypoint there. Whether it does or not is another matter entirely. And interestingly, the auto-throttle's playing buggers, so let's just refresh it.
Spirit Rings 105 airborne passing
I
500
don't think we're
feet.
going to see Cancun from that view, so let's just head outside to check it out, shall we? There's the hotel zone down below for you guys. And it looks like we are holding that 4,000 foot constraint, so that's pretty good as well. Using the fly-by-wire mod, of course. Starting to get some lag on the old screen there, a couple of frames getting dropped. Look at that, it's decided not to adhere to that constraint. Oh well, we tried. Let's have an economical climb, shall we? Caribbean, of course, on our 3 o'clock. So if we go over that way about half an hour, we'll be touching the Caribbean chain of islands. Although the Dominican Republic, for me, leaves a lot to be desired. There we go. Cancun off in the distance behind. And some very tall buildings. The route today is a real route. I think they use Spirit Wings 105, 104 for the route. We're using 772. David, good afternoon, welcome. Just departed Cancun. You can see the airport off in the distance, the corner of our screen now on the right hand side as well, guys. And we're having a nice steady climb up to our cruise. Our route today takes us from our current position at least all the way, pretty much in a straight line up to New Orleans, and then we're going to head north to Jackson, Mississippi, overflying Memphis, passing St. Louis, Missouri, before then heading into Illinois. And then obviously Chicago, about 3 hours 10 minutes or so total flight time from our initial departure. That means 10,000, so let's get those landing lights off. Seatbelt signs. Not too much to see for the majority of this. On the to climb out, but it's pretty nice. Hotel zone looked pretty good from our 4,000–5,000 feet. Tan, yes. I've noticed that sometimes you have to click the one below it to delete the one you actually want, which is a little bit frustrating. Quite interesting. Damzo's sim's lagging after sim update 2. What should I do, he's asking. Matthew, hello, good afternoon. David, yes, solo today. Damzo, the only thing I could maybe suggest is removing everything from your community folder, updating everything that you've got there. So have a little look through the list and update to see what you've got in your community folder. So the A320neo, for example, update all of those mods, liveries, etc. I know the 747 and the 787 liveries are broken currently, I believe. But that's probably the way to do it, I would imagine. Tanya, you're definitely not alone. It's quite annoying. Sometimes it works absolutely fine. I'm not really sure why. David's got a new bug. If he turns the selector on the pilot side from arc to plan, the co-pilot's turn as well. That is interesting because they should be desynced. Yeah, really bizarre. Let me have a little look to see if I get the same issue. So let's reread it so I do it properly. If it turns the selector on the pilot side from arc to plan, the co-pilot side turns to. Nope, all good for me. Maybe if you're using the stable version, it's a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's 360 for our cruise, good. Some nice views, of course, as we're flying up out of Mexico. Matthew, good question. New Orleans, we're probably going to be flying into New Orleans in about, or over New Orleans in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So have a little look on VATScan or one of those VATSIM apps and just see what you've got. But at New Orleans, it'll be your best shout. And jump on VATSIM as well, yeah, definitely. Give it a go. Damzo's asking, do I know what next add-on aircraft will land in Flight Sim 2020? I don't. It should be the Aerosoft CRJ. But interestingly, their marketing team have got involved and have blocked the development guys from actually giving screenshots and videos of the progress, so it's all dropped off a little bit, which is a tad disappointing, and it's killed the hype on their forum as well, actually. I'm not sure when the CRJ is going to come out actually now. They were angling, weren't they? They were trying to get it done for the start of around about Christmas, around the holidays. But that deadline's obviously slipped by. I would be surprised if I see a CRJ in the sim available before February. Look at PMDG. They've delayed their 737 because of issues with the SDK, haven't they? So if they felt the need to do that, Aerosoft must have been using a different method, I guess, for their bits. Tanya, Sim for Flight, I believe, are doing a study level A350, and apparently they've got the help of Airbus and a few other bits, so that's going to be really good. If that does come out and it does work out, then that's 100% a definite purchase there. Damso, last question. Do I think I should download FS 2020? If you've got bugs and issues with the sim and you've exhausted all the usual troubleshooting techniques that everybody talks about, like removing your community folder and then adding one folder in at a time until you find the issue, if you try all of that, then the only step at the end really is to reinstall the sim completely. Although, touch wood, I've not had to do that yet, and I hope to never have to do it, but quite a few people have had to, haven't they? So I guess you could give it a go if you've got the time to do it. It might be best to do a full clean install. I would probably suggest though, if you're going to uninstall the sim, completely uninstall it and then maybe restart your computer just to clear any cache or anything before you reinstall it again. Matthew's asking if we're going to pass Atlanta. You might take off from there. We're going to be flying from New Orleans in a straight line straight up to Memphis. So we're not going to be flying over Atlanta. We'll be doing New Orleans, Jackson, Memphis, St. Louis, and then northeast up to Chicago. Detroit's our alternate airport if we have to divert. But if you want, your best bet, Matthew, would be to spawn at New Orleans. If you want to sort of get in the air around about the same sort of time as us, then that's probably your best bet. Echo is asking, can I remember when Quality Wings 787 is going to release? I think they said Q2 or Q3 of 2021, or at least that's what they're roughly aiming for. I do remember them saying that, so hopefully around then. I'd imagine they're aiming for around springtime, aren't they? Spring or summer. Summer would be a good time. Damso, what's your spec? Let's bring our climb down a little bit so we are at 91% N1. We do a nice plus 800 foot per minute, I think. We'll see how long we've got until we get to New Orleans. I think it is OMVIT. Nope, it's HRV. So we're about half an hour until we get to New Orleans. It's about 500 miles away still. But Matthew, you wanted a longer flight, so today we're giving that a go. Could probably leave it on 320 actually and leave it all the way. You can see our top of climb marker there, that little arrow on our flight plan route in blue. If it's an arrow that's going up and then across, that's our top of climb. If it's an arrow that goes down into the cross, then it's our top of descent. We can go ahead and turn constraints off, and we should have airports on as well, really, for the journey. We've got a new feature called Super Chat today, so you guys can trigger that by clicking the support button on the chat and you get a bespoke message pinned on the chat, I think. Not really sure how it works, but there's some new features now that we've managed to get on the channel, which is great. David, yeah, we're on a QA testing branch today. The top of climb though, that's been in for a little while now. Although from this distance, it's very hard to see. It's right on my cursor there. So you have to look for it to be able to see it, I guess. Top of descent is still a work in progress, along with VNAV, of course. It's not yet implemented in this. Although working title with SCJ4 they've got it all working now, and it seems to be pretty good from what I've seen. Damso, what's your graphics card? So you've got 1080p screen, 64 gig of RAM. Wow. And an i7 processor. What's your GPU? Changed our disk, changed the Streamlabs bot as well. So those of you who do choose to donate to the stream, a few of you did yesterday, it should now read out any messages or anything you guys write into it. So been tweaking quite a few things to try and make the stream a lot better for you guys. So as always, let me know what you think. Feedback's always a good thing. And if you type !specs, the bot should, he says, should come up with my specs, but it's not. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it works. There we go. !specs. I think it is, and then you get the that's my setup, guys. I'm sure it was an exclamation mark though, so I'm going to have a little look at the dashboard. Just to make sure I'm typing the correct thing in. It's just commands that you guys can use as well. It's a !specs for that. Still 80, is it 84% N1? We're still climbing hard. We're barely climbing. We've still got to get to flight level 360. We've got 6,000 feet to go, and we're still struggling there. Yeah, Matthew, there's no very early for you guys, I guess, in the States. But yeah, there's no ATC in America, so we are on Unicom all the way. But that's all. Yeah, it's all good. Sometimes it's nice. It's a lot less full on. When you're on VATSIM, it's nice sometimes just to have a bit of a relaxing trip on Unicom itself. Echo missed the Boeing aircraft, so it's gone back to the Zebo today. Well, I suppose it's quite a difference, isn't it? I'm more of an Airbus fan, unless it's long haul. If it's long haul, it's A350, but more so for the Boeing side of things, 747-400 or the 777, of course, neither of which we've got in the sim properly. Matthew, of course I can. Let's see. So, flight plan coming up. In the live chat for you now. I should have put it in the description for you guys, so thanks for reminding me. rather unreal weather as well. So you can see there, 24 degrees, we've got that Cancun Meta, 110 degrees at 6 knots, a few clouds of 1,500, not quite what we experienced, but looks pretty good still. Let's see how our cruise is coming along. Flight level 316, still climbing, still got a way to go. And we're at 86% N1 almost, so we are absolutely pushing the engines still. Tan's asking, what's the next? What's the stream overlay that we're using? It's still Flybywire Studio. Matthew, absolutely no problem. Ask away. Yeah, we're using Flybywire Studio with an overlay. It's just a simple overlay, it says. Simple and elegant, it was called. It's a lot less full on than yesterday's. That got in the way of far too much of the screen, really, for my liking. Matthew's asking what my next waypoint is. And it's PSAD, Papa India Sierra Alpha Delta. After Hook, which we can see on the nav display there, H-O-O-C-K, we've got New Orleans. So it makes some good progress. So Matthew, if you wanted to jump on and get onto VATSIM in Unicom, you could spawn at New Orleans. We're going to be overflying that in maybe about 30 minutes. HRV at 1507. Yeah, it's about 30 minutes. A long old way to go. We were absolutely full of fuel. Tanks were 90%. Ground speed of 476. Yeah, Echo, that's the electronic flight board you're referring to, which we don't have yet. It's going to go here. It is a work in progress at the moment. Halfway there, actually, I think, to be fair. I think it's reading through GitHub on the A320neo branches. There's been a lot of progress in the electronic flight board. They're just trying to get a few things like sizing and the touchscreen to work nicely before they push it forward to testing. It's going to have a lot of data in there, including charts and things. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to get it to work, but it's going to be pretty good. Damn, so it might just be it might be your graphics card then, that GTX 1660 Super. I'm just going to have to scroll up to try and find your settings. Yeah, damn, so what I would probably, it lags much when I've set it on custom. I think maybe the sim is just very badly optimised for people, so it tends to work well on some days for me. Every now and again, if I'm flying into dense areas, then it will become quite problematic. Which is a little bit odd. At 1080, yeah. I think for that you probably need to. You might be worth just setting everything to medium just to see what happens. But I know things like shadows and a few other things you could probably turn right down. Matthew, I would suggest departing from New Orleans. We're going to overfly that after hook, so in about 380 miles we're going to be passing straight over the head of New Orleans Airport. What I'm going to be working on as well over the next few weeks for you guys is a PDF file with some basic phraseology, just to try and help with some of the key things to say and hear on VATSIM, and it will link them with the tutorial mini-series that I've been working on. Here we are, just approaching our climb now, our cruise, so pretty much exactly where the top climb marker is. If I zoom right in, there it is. And that should disappear once we hit our altitude target. We've got Outstar on the announcement. You see, because the aircraft slowed the descent right down to be smooth. There we go, it's disappeared now. So we're close enough to that target, which is all good. A couple of airports coming in on right hand side there, just sort of bleeding into the nav display ever so slightly. And how are we doing for fuel? So we've already used almost 1,000 kilograms of fuel so far. That's not too much, bearing in mind we've been going for about 45 minutes in the air now. John, hello, welcome. That's great to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying the model matching. It works most of the time for me. Every time there's an update, it seems to cause a problem for a little while though, which is a little bit frustrating. But at least it's working. I'm glad to hear it's working for you quite nicely. Max, hello. What does the Unreal Weather add-on do? So it takes a little bit of setting up, but once you've got it setting up with a few bits, you have to follow the instructions carefully. It feeds into the weather system inside the sim, so you could go ahead and select Microsoft Flight Simulator Standard Live Weather, which is the Meteo Blue stuff, I think it is, or Unreal Weather Live Meta. So we get a new tab, and if we select the Unreal Weather tab, oops, that's what it's doing now, it will feed in an updated METAR from the nearest airport. As you can see there, I've just refreshed it and it's pulling in a METAR again. So it's thrown us about a little bit, but it's stable for now. You can see at the bottom there, it's got the actual METAR itself, so you can read through it, which is good for VATSIM as well. And most of the time it tallies up with vPilot 2, and you can just read the data, and you can see there 3003 is the altimeter, which is in hectopascals 1016. There we go, that's the weather. Now you can set it so that it transitions slowly or quickly. You can set it so that you can see dust, mist, fog, which is what I've got enabled. It's going to be quite cool as the weather, now the weather's getting quite bad in the UK at least, and we're going to see all of that. Fog especially would be quite good. But the key thing is it's quite accurate. The only negative thing with the Unreal Weather mod, and Rex Weather I guess, is because it uses a METAR, it's not telling the sim, I suppose, whether there's any snow on the ground itself. Because of that, sometimes we don't get the snow built in on the ground. And so that could be a little bit hit and miss, but it's a free mod. I certainly wouldn't pay for Rex, because this is completely free, so there's no need, is there? I prefer freeware. Cruise altitude, Matthew, is flight level 360, 36,000 feet. Damso, yeah, try to delete everything in the community folder. Don't hit the delete button though. I'd cut it out of the folder itself, paste it somewhere else. So paste it into your documents folder on your computer so you don't lose everything that you've downloaded. And then you can just simply drag the folders back slowly to find what one is broken. Your question about everything you bought in the marketplace, you don't need to buy it again. When you log into your gamer tag, when you start the sim again, it should recognise that you've already purchased it all. So it'll give you the option to download it all. Or it should do anyway. I hope it does. Matthew, I'm guessing then we're going to see you around New Orleans, if that's the case. I'll show you the route on Navigraph as well, so you can visualise it a bit better. There we go. And if I press that button there, it should feed in our position. So there we go. We've cleared Merida control. Cancun heading north. And we're now in Houston Oceanic. This patch here of controlled airspace. Then we're going to head directly over New Orleans Airport, which is right there. Heading north into Memphis. And then here we're going to start the star through Jacksonville, over the Jaguars, and then joining our approach for K-Ord. And when we get closer, we'll look at all of the options for the different runways that we're going to use, but we're going to ideally use an ILS. RNAV is very temperamental in the sim still, so I tend to try and avoid that. But when we get a bit closer, we'll go through and review all of the charts for our arrival, so you guys can see exactly what we're going to be doing. Yeah, Matthew, cruise alt 36, flight level 360. You can see it there. And it should be visible on the screen for you guys at the top as well. It should show us that we're at 36,000 feet. What's the first waypoint that you should head to? If you're departing out of HRV, then you want to go north to MCB. So you want to go, it's going to be something like this for you actually, so depending on your departure, Matthew, I'll put it in the live chat. There you go. Nothing but ocean now for a little while we cross this little patch of water. The A320neo team, they're of course going to be making the A380, and there is some little bits of progress going on in the background for that, although it's not going to be ready for quite some time, so well over a year I would imagine. But they're also going to work on an A321 and an A319, and that work's going on in the background as well. So once the A320neo reaches version 1.0, their roadmap going forward from there is going to be producing and developing an A321 and an A319, so it's going to absolutely smash all of those really bad ports from FSX, which I don't bother with, to be honest. And some of them you have to delete the A320neo to be able to use the A321 from the Mega Pack, for example. I don't see the point in that, because you're deleting an amazing mod for something that is not that great, and there's barely any difference. The aircraft in itself is the same, it's a stretched version of the same family. Cockpit, everything else is identical. So I'm looking forward to the A320neo team developing their A321, because it will be very, very good, and it will use the same cockpit that we've got today, of course, and everything will work. 10.5 tons, loads and loads of fuel, which is good. And as we go and we burn fuel off, our gross weight should be reducing down with it as well, along with our fuel on board. You can see there we're using fuel, it goes into that centre stack. All these different pages here, some of them are just placements, like the pressure page currently. They are all going to be working at some point in the future. This is a placement page as well, so you'll look at this value and if you're clicking through you might think it's broken, but it's not. It's just basically a picture that it's displaying. The values here won't change at all, but it will be created, it will be updated in the future. So be confident that eventually that will become an active page too, as will hydraulics. Fuel works. There's been a lot of work with fuel crossfeed things as well going on. It's automated in the A320neo as well. APU page, of course. Air conditioning. That works, I believe. So if I change cockpit temperature onto the hottest setting. Did that just change? Let's just flick that onto plan bizarrely. There we go, you can see there the heat has gone up to 30 for that setting for hot air. And over time, I'm not sure if that one there is a placement, but this bottom bit here works for sure. What else have we got? Door page is being worked on at the moment. Eventually everything like everything in this will work as it should do in the aircraft. All the slides, doors and all the animations that should happen will happen as well. David, yep, secondary flight plan page, that's going to be a big one as well. Wheel bay, all of this works, so this page here, your wheels, brakes and everything works very well, and flight controls work as well. Interestingly, yesterday we were on your controls and this was going absolutely mad, and that explained our rattling noise. And then for those of you watching, you of course saw what happened when we deactivated the autopilot. All of these work, and then we can see ADRS switching if we move those. Switching panel. And don't forget as well, we've got free text, so if we wanted to send each other messages, we can go to ATSU, AOC menu, free text, and we can type in, in fact, it was NKV, isn't it? Let's see if this works. I'm going to text the aircraft that was behind us. It was E105. Echo, you know what, I'm not sure actually. With the A320 project, I'll probably just be happy with that. I'm not too worried about it. I just want, as long as I've got one very, very good short-haul aircraft and a very good long-haul aircraft, then overall I'll be fairly happy with that. Recipient not found. Matthew, my flight number is, you guys can see it there, NKS772. Oh, that's probably why I put the wrong thing there. NKS. Obviously, if the call sign doesn't work, then it's because it's either incorrect or it doesn't exist. Oops. There we go, so that's sent to the aircraft that's behind us. There we go. Wesley, welcome, hello. There we go, we're NKS772. It should be on the top of the overlay as well on your screens. You should be able to see the information for you there. You can see New Orleans coming up in about 280 nautical miles. Matthew, what's your other question there? What is our alternative airport? Our alternate is Detroit. KDTW for our alternate, which you can see there in our init A page, KDTW, flight number as well that you've asked for, NKS 772, and our cruise flight level 360. Echo, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be quite some good, or at least very promising ones coming out in the future. David, you like the Twin Otter and the Chipmunk? Chipmunk, yeah, great aircraft. Go back to the Air Cadets, of course, if you guys are in that, as I was. And the Twin Otter, that would be fantastic for the UK update with Barra being modelled in, with their famous beach landing. And that's done on a Twin Otter as well, so you'll be able to blast around in and out of Barra on that. That'd be quite cool, with a handmade airport. Matthew, your JetBlue 655. Let's have a little look then. Make sure, of course, you've got your free text enabled in options. JetBlue 655 JBU. Go. Send. Oh, recipient not found. Matthew, make sure in your init page you've got your flight number typed in here, and it shows as JBU 655. And then to make sure you've got it actually turned on, click Options, AOC, and then you want free text. If it says Enable, click it, and it should turn it on, and it should then say Disable. For those of you who are new to the channel and you're trying to work out how to use SimBrief importation into the MCDU with the mod, you use the same steps to the AOC options tab, and then you go into SimBrief and you type in your username there, and it will pull whatever it will pull whatever flight plan that you generated on SimBrief. We're a very economical flight today. We're going to land with 5 tons of fuel on board almost, according to that. HRV in 120 miles, 120 plus 60 plus 88, so yeah, quite a way to go. 240 miles there, look. Yeah, I'll try again, Matthew. Bear with me while I type it. AOC, free text, JBU, what was your call sign again? 655. Hey, there we go, sent. So in a second, Matthew's on the live chat should get a pop-up message here on the eCam saying company message, and then he'd navigate through to his AOC menu and select received messages via that button there, and my little text should show up on his aircraft with my call sign attached to it, which is quite cool. Wesley asking, is it NKS 772? If that's our call sign, yep, NKS 772. Of course, if I had a text message off anybody using the free text part of the mod, then I'd get a little message there saying company message, and I could go through and read it. In the live chat it said NKV772. Yep, How about now? Wesley, should have updated now actually for you. So let me know if that has changed on the overlay at the top of your screens. It should have done. Matthew, to send a message back, you press. I'll take you through the steps so you can see. MCDU menu, ATSU, click AOC menu, and then you want to go to free text at the top. Then you put my call sign in, and then you type in the message. So you type whatever call sign it is into there, and then you type your message, and then enter each bit on a line, because obviously it can't do loads, and then you hit send. If one other thing you can do on here, if you've got vPilot and you're connected on VATSIM, and you've got controllers online, or a certain airport you're flying into that has got ATC, you can click into ATIS and you can go ahead and request the ATIS information from the vPilot system, from the VATSIM network, which is really good, so it ties up perfectly with what they're telling you to do. But if you've got the normal simulator weather on, then what I would recommend you do is set the following. So go into MCDU options, AOC, and then for the ATIS source, you want to select, for the US it'd be FAA. Some of these are yet to come. METAR, you can go Meteo Blue, which is the actual Microsoft Flight Simulator weather. And eventually, that's what we've got, of course, AVWX and Real Weather. It's not yet implemented, but it's coming soon. And we'll be able to get the METAR data directly from Unreal Weather, which will tally perfectly with my sim when I'm using their mod. If I was going to use the default weather, then I would select Meteo Blue at the top there, and it'd be highlighted in green. And obviously that's not working, but we're on VATSIM, so we'll use that. And the same with TAF. NOAA or AVAO. I've just got it left on NOAA at the moment. Let's go back onto the flight plan. Concorde, that would be good. Yeah, there is one in progress. FS Labs, I think I'll make one. I believe they're creating one for P3D, I think, and then porting it over to FS 2020 eventually. So I think that's going to work out. Matthew, you are a little bit ahead actually. We've still got 200 miles until we're overflying New Orleans. So about 20 minutes, I would say. Just roughly, without doing the maths, of course. Ben, good afternoon, welcome. Wesley, why not Flight Factor just to be intellectual and port the A350 to Microsoft Flight Simulator? No idea. It's a mystery. Concorde would be good, but you know what? I would kill for a good A350 first, and a good 777. That'd be great. Or actually, a working 747 as well. I would love a working 747 or a Dreamliner. I've got a company message. So if somebody sends you a text or you request ATIS information, you'll get that pop up there, company message will appear. And then to read that, you'd go MCDU menu, ATSU, AOC menu, and you go into your received messages tab. And there we go, we can see Matthew and in the call sign JetBlue 655 has sent us a message saying hello. And there we go. Eventually they're going to model potentially the printer here, so we could go ahead and press the print button and some little animation would come up with a piece of paper, which is quite good. I'll just make sure that's on. So there's some good functionality with all of this. When the electronic flight board comes in over the next couple of months, that is going to be particularly good, so keep your eye out for that. No doubt I'll definitely be testing that before it's merged into the master branch. There'll be quite a few of us asked to have a good look at it, so be sure to tune in for that. Keep an eye out for scheduled live streams, including the electronic flight board stuff, because I will be testing it as a QA tester for the Flybywire team. Wesley, thank you. There's the example of super chat then, guys. Thank you. Thanks for the £1. That's very kind of you. And there's your little message.
This is £1, don't worry.
I'm glad it's all working. That's pretty good. David's asking what will be on the pad. They're going to be feeding in a whole lot of stuff. They're going to be putting in charts, weather stuff, and in fact I can have a little look right now and tell you exactly what they're going to implement. Bear with me, I'll get the answer straight away. Let's have a little look here. FB, ECAM rewrites, fuel SD page, electronic flight board. So they're going to add the model to the cockpit, enable touchscreen functionality. Let's have a little read. There's quite a lot on here to read through. Okay, they've not updated it. But basically they're going to have charts, and they're going to put a whole lot of other stuff in, including the ability to amend our fuel factors, our payload, and they're going to put a takeoff performance calculator in there as well. So that's going to be really good. We'll be able to work out our flex 2 temp and our V speeds and everything directly inside the mod. And we should also potentially be able to plan our route on there as well and link it via SimBrief. So there'll be a SimBrief page within this. So it's going to be pretty much detailed like the Zebo electronic flight board, I believe. Wesley, there you go. I hope you enjoyed that little sound, a little animation for you. Thank you for your £1 donation. At least I know super chat and everything works. That's pretty good. So that's if you guys want to put in special messages or anything dedicated, get highlighted, then you could do so using that method. So that's pretty cool. New function on the channel. Matthew said there's ATC up ahead. Awesome. Whereabouts? David, I'm not sure actually. I think all of that's sort of up for discussion, I guess. If it's going to use Navigraph within the electronic flight board, then I guess there'll be an option to either use it or not, because not everybody's going to pay for Navigraph. I know I've got Navigraph for a couple more days, I think, and then my account expires because it's £80 a month, which £80 a year, sorry, which I don't really want to pay. Indianapolis control room, that's awesome. How far until we tickle Indianapolis? Oh, quite a way away. Fair enough. But that'll be good when that kicks in. Hopefully they stay online for us. Obviously everybody's waking up as we go, so we're going to see more and more controllers come online as we go. And Matthew, I'll let you know when to push back. You can see if I turn airports off, got 160 miles to HRV, which is pretty much where New Orleans is. So yep, Echo, that's the plan. I believe, at least from what I was reading a little while ago, for the EFB you'll be able to load your SimBrief flight plans and display it all on here. They're going to try and put in a browser function as well, I believe, so we'll actually be able to physically pop it out and then use it as if we're looking at SimBrief in Google Chrome and other things. Matthew, Unicom is 122.8. Nice smooth little flight for us so far, actually, not encountered much turbulence. Turn the panel overhead lights off as well, we don't need those on. Eventually when everything becomes, we get a fully working VNAV and things, that could be really good. We should be able to activate both autopilots together at the same time, and they should work independently of one another. They currently don't. Got a nice little 38 knot tailwind there as well, pushing us along, driving us towards New Orleans. Make sure on the 1st of January, if you're able to, you join us for our group flight. We're going to fly from Cardiff to the Isles of Scilly, which will be quite nice. Both airports, we're going to use some freeware scenery available on flightsim.to, and all of the information is on our Discord server. Matthew's asking, how do I request an ILS? When you're inbound Chicago, if there's a tower controller online or an approach controller, and they assign you a certain approach, so say for example, let's have a little look, see what runways we've got at Ord, Chicago O'Hare. So say for example we're looking at ILS for 27 right, and that's what we want, but Chicago O'Hare approach gives us RNAV runway 27 right. We can just request an ILS, so we can just say request ILS for runway 27 right, and then you call sign, and they'll try and facilitate it. There's no reason for them to say no, because you're the pilot flying, so they will then read back and tell you that you're approved for an ILS approach. So you could just ask. When we flew into LaGuardia the other day, you guys that were tuning in and watching at the time, you'll remember we were initially given an ILS runway 22 at LaGuardia, I think it was 22, but we requested the expressway visual approach for runway 31, I think it is, or 33. I think it's ILS at the expressway visual runway 31, I think. So we asked, and we got vectored to that approach, and it was approved fairly quickly, so it was all pretty good. I've had a little boop come on, so let's see, it's a American Airlines 2808 777 nearby. So what is that rendered into? So type dot aircraft. Oh good, it's given us a 777-200 still. Should be. In fact, there we go. We can just about see the coast now. So we've got New Orleans coming up ahead. quite nice. Not flown there myself. 90 miles to go, 90 nautical miles to go until we reach New Orleans. It's perhaps about 10 minutes or so and we'll be overflying that. Matthew, if you're still waiting on the gate, I'd probably suggest you could push back from your gate now and start taxiing to the runway. And then you should probably be departing just ahead of us. If you take a slow taxi, of course. Although you'll be climbing faster, so as long as you take off, I'd suggest maybe you take off in 10 minutes, 10 minutes from now. We should pretty much be around each other at the time you get airborne. Echo's going into the 747 for the group flight search. If you saw the if you see the length of the runway at St Mary's, then you'll probably get one wheel on the ground and then you'll be off into the sea down the cliff. But you definitely won't get in or out of St Mary's in the 747. Cardiff, you'll be absolutely fine. Cardiff's got a really long runway. British Airways, of course, have got a massive maintenance facility there at Cardiff Airport. Regularly you'd get 747s and things flying in there. St Mary's Airport's got a tiny, tiny airport. Cessna Grand Caravan could barely get in and out of there, actually. If it was fully laden. A320 couldn't do it. Well, I'd love to, Echo, I'd love to see you trying a 747, actually. I'll try and get it on the drone cam when you do make the attempt. It would be good to watch. I'm going to be in the trusty Grand Caravan, of course, the Cessna, for the little trip. Make sure you do tune in or join us if you can for the event. That'd be quite good. Wesley, yeah, I guess so. We're landing at A320 at Courchevel. Is that a landing challenge? I can't remember if that's an A320 landing challenge or if it's a TBM or a King Air or something. There's definitely a landing challenge in Microsoft Flight Simulator involving Courchevel, but I can't remember what aircraft they use. So let me know in the chat. Can't remember off the top of my head. David, yeah, we a couple of streams ago, actually, maybe about a month or so ago, we decided to give the A320 a go into London City. It went very badly. We got it in, just about, but we would have crashed if it was real life. Of course, in a way, it proves that with the fly-by-wire mod, at least, we were barely able to do it. Of course, British Airways, when they had the A318 fly into London City, it had what's the word? Specially configured wings for it. Yeah, it's definitely a single prop. I can't think what the Courchevel one is. Yeah, I do remember it being a prop aircraft. I keep meaning to do a Kathmandu to Lukla trip on a stream as well, so if that's something that would interest you guys. Yeah, Matthew, 80 nautical miles now, you can see there on the map. HRV 1507 is expected. What's the sim time currently? Oops. Yeah, so literally 10 minutes it's telling us, and we're going to be overflying New Orleans. So you want to be airborne in 6 minutes time, I guess, and then you'll be slightly ahead of us as we make our way. Wesley, no, definitely not. Probably a Cessna Grand Caravan for Lukla. Although I think even that's pushing it. I can't think off the top of my head what aircraft fly into Lukla on a real day. Lewis is asking, did I play Explain 11? No, I didn't have that actually. I've been out of the sim game for well over 15 years. Last time I flew on a sim it was Microsoft Flight Simulator X, which is what we were using at the time, and that was when it was released. So I've not used a sim for a very long time. But Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, and it definitely was one. I thought I'll get that. It looks stunning, great. It is a good sim. There are lots of issues, of course. Matthew, yeah, in that case, I'd probably recommend make sure you take off in 12 minutes from now. I guess you can watch my progress as we go, so you can work out roughly when to depart. But I'll have a little look on some maps and try and get an idea of how long to wait. Good question, Lewis. My favourite aircraft, if it was in the sim, it'd be currently the A320neo with the Fly-by-Wire mod. If real life, A350-1000, I would imagine. That'd be quite cool. Which I hope Sim for Flight are making an A350. I think it's going to be the A350-900 series, but if they can do a 1000 stretch as well, that'd be perfect. That's the one I want out of the two. But 747-400 is a good one. That's top of the list as well, and the A380 as well. That was always nice to fly on. Wesley is not too much of a fan of helicopters personally. I remember the one in Flight Simulator X. That was always good. I used to take off from Makesfield, climb up, fly about, and then do like an engine failure simulation, so I could do auto rotation with the rotor blades. That was always quite good. Slogo, yo, hello, welcome. Wesley, yep, the Fly-by-Wire team, Wesley, are going to be working on an A380 maybe in the next year and a half. There'll be something developed and actually flyable, for at least for testing, but they're not releasing any time frames or anything, of course. They don't want to put unnecessary pressure on them. Some of the coast down there. Matthew, you could probably take off now actually. Yeah, I'd say you could take off, Matthew. 40 miles or so to HRV, that's over flying New Orleans. So let's have a little look. 56 nautical miles to go. I suppose if you take off now, just trying to get your call sign, Matthew. JetBlue something, wasn't it? He says as I'm trying to find it. Where has it gone? JetBlue something. 6. JetBlue 655. There we go. There we go. Now, those of you who use vPilot and want to know the in and out sort of workings of it, as Matthew's just asked how, you can, in the chat box on vPilot, you type .chat and then the call sign of the aircraft you want to contact, and then hit send, and it will pop up on the vPilot client for them as well. Echo, after your flight you're going to practice landing the 747 at St Mary's. Yeah, braver than I am. And you can see there it pops up as a little SIM Connect tooltip if another pilot sends you a message on the vPilot chat function. Archer, I see in the description that you're using Unreal Weather. How is it better than the default weather in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020? What it does is, I think at this altitude the sim weather's probably a lot better, but lower down it will feed in and refresh the METARs, and it will then take the wind from there and sort of build its own weather system, what it thinks should be the case at least, into the sim. So for VATSIM it's definitely a lot more accurate for our purposes. Matthew, just sent you a message on vPilot. I'll see if you want to be. You're saying you want to be behind me slightly, don't you? Cool, that's good. So. You will witness history on the 1st of January, yeah. Oh, if I lived there, I'd definitely evacuate. I'd leave the island completely if that was the case. Apparently there's an aircraft right below me as well, apparently. Ooh, let's get rid of that horrible noise. It said there was right behind me. Look at that, that is great. New Orleans City, of course, is slightly below sea level, which is why they were devastated particularly bad with floods. Hurricane Katrina, I think it was, a couple of years ago. Very tragic, but looks like an absolutely stunning place. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Polish pilot, swear words are banned on the live chats. Please, if you're going to have a criticism of a mod itself, then type it nicely at least. Oh, there's an aircraft. There it is, right behind me actually. I think that's... There he is. I wondering where he was then. A couple of miles behind, directly below. Ben, yep, we're on VATSIM today. And he's the guy behind me is doing 494 knots for ground speed, and we've got 492 knots ground speed. Polish pilot, you're saying that the fly-by-wire mod isn't particularly good. What's the reason for that? Is there something particularly you don't enjoy about it, or? I mean, ultimately, the fly-by-wire A320neo is A, it's free, and B, it's a study level aircraft. So I guess if you prefer the default and you just want to sort of like get in, turn the engines on, and blast about, then the A320neo probably isn't for you. Matthew's asking what my speed is. Squad, yeah, blasted past 1k. Wesley, yeah, if yeah, your controls, I wasn't too impressed with that yesterday, as those of you who tuned in saw, it wasn't particularly good. Polish pilot, if you so whenever you turn the engines on, they shut off after 5 minutes. I would probably imagine then it's you've got another mod that's clashing. So if you've got something like your controls actually turned on, if you've got your controls installed, sometimes even if you're not connected to it, it can mess around with the mods. We're doing 265 knots. At Mach of 7.82. For our speed. Let's go back to that cool view that I wanted to capture the windows there. Kevin, yep, I've had no issues with Unreal Weather. You can see actually it's feeding in some weather data now, refreshing the clouds and things. That looks great as a window view, that's pretty good. If you're new to the channel, make sure you click that subscribe button down below and join us as a frequent flyer. Have a little look at the live chat while you're here as well, and there's a link from the Streamlabs bot so you can navigate to the Discord server and you can give us content suggestions, things you'd like to see. If there's certain tutorials and things you want, you can request it there and I'll work through a list. Let's have a little look back outside again. Let's check out this great scenery. Look at that, that's incredible. New Orleans directly below. I think that's New Orleans Airport. Though I might be wrong. Let's have a little look on Navigraph. Yep, it is actually by the looks of it. Well, we've just just overflying New Orleans Airport right now actually, so it should be right below us somewhere. Oh, I can't see it. I think it was the one that we were looking at. Maybe Navigraph has a slight delay to it. It would make sense for it to be that. Oh, there it is. So that's where Matthew's just taken off from. There's Graham behind. He's flying with us to Chicago. That's incredible for a view. Let's have a little look at this one then. Some custom views. If you guys want to see how I've set these custom views, then on the 2nd of January I've got a video going live around about 1600 Zulu, so 4 PM UK time. There'll be a video going live showing you exactly how to set all of these custom views. I've had a couple of requests, so I've been working out a little tutorial for you guys over the last few days for that. And hopefully you find that useful. Open to some suggestions. If there's anything you guys would like to see on a live stream for tomorrow, you can let me know. One suggestion that I did have, you can let me know if you like the idea in the chat as well. One suggestion that I was given was to start at Sydney at around about midday and then head to Auckland. It's around about similar flight time, 3 hours, 3.5 hours, but then landing in Auckland, which would be local time for them, landing in 2021. So it would be, we'd be seeing in the new year in advance. Let's see, JetBlue. So Matthew, according to this, you're 9.7 nautical miles away from me, showing as a JetBlue A320. So we are around somewhere. Matthew, what's your current altitude and your nearest waypoint, and then I can try and work out where you might be from there. So I think you are below us somewhere. But I'll have a little look on VATScan and a few other apps to try and work out where you are. Matthew, David, thank you. So Matthew, you're ahead of us at you're 4 o'clock, which means we should see Matthew around about there somewhere. It's 15,000 feet, so it's just below us, a couple of miles. So he's somewhere amidst all of this. It's great scenery flying in over New Orleans. Ian mentioned something about the Fly UK. Oh, there we go. I'm just catching up. Ian, apologies for that 10-minute delay for your message. He's doing the Cross Atlantic tour for Fly UK, which is a virtual airline for you guys who haven't heard of it before. It's pretty good. It's highly recommended. Great scenery and some challenging airports in the A320. You know what? I could do that through January for a load of live streams. Matthew's heading is a little bit off. If you've got something like your controls or anything like that, then I know that can cause problems. And for you guys in the chat, I've just recommended to Matthew on vPilot to do 250 knots for about 10 minutes so that we leap in front. Because he wanted to arrive at Chicago after us so we can hear our phraseology as we make our way in. And of course we've got Graham behind as well, a couple of miles behind. We can see him over there in another Spirit A320. New Orleans looked absolutely fantastic. Ian, that's perfect then. Nice 2-hour flights broken up and throughout the tour. That's pretty good. What's the total time of the tour actually? Because I know some of them reach into about 24, 25 hours plus, don't they, as an overall trip time? Yeah, Echo, I think Ian knows. I remember him saying in a live stream before, I think their minimum age is 13, I think, for joining Fly UK. It's a great VA. There's lots of VAs. So there's a V-Easy, so like a Easy Virtual. If you want a particularly strict virtual airline, although it can ruin the enjoyment of it a little bit. Just looking for Matthew as well, guys, whilst I'm talking. Then there's British Airways Virtual, which are quite good, but they are very strict. 11 hours and 23 minutes for total tour time. That's pretty good, actually. I'll probably look at doing that then for a little while. I've got a mate at work who's done that tour, I think, and said it was particularly enjoyable. Matthew's around somewhere. We can't quite see him. But this is where TCAS would be really good for us, because we would be able to actually physically look and find him. Matthew, did you file a flight plan on VATSIM? And make sure you're not connected as an observer either. So when you connect, make sure you're not with that little tick box. Make sure that's not ticked, so you appear. If you're observer, then you'll be completely invisible to us. But of course you'll be able to see us, but we won't be able to see you. Maybe it's just a little glitch then. So he's now at my 8 o'clock. If I type .aircraft, it will tell me again. So you're 4.8 nautical miles ahead at our 8 o'clock. If anyone can see him. Oh. it's my 8 o'clock. He's going to be over here somewhere, but I think he's just disconnected, hasn't he? So we could see him eventually. I think it's just one of those where the conditions we can't. It's just not visible just yet. Ian, interesting. VATSIM. Yeah, New Orleans looked fantastic actually as we flew over it. Of course, we're at 36,000 feet, but the ground below looked incredible. So definitely, probably worth exploring that in the sim. Chicago's pretty good with Lake Michigan. And let's see. So Matthew, it's showing on .aircraft. A320 JetBlue. You are 5.8 miles away from me, and it's saying that you're at 34,000 foot, 6 nautical miles. It's telling us your speed is 487 knots. I think that's your ground speed on VATSIM. So pretty much the same as us. Ian with some advice there. So if we had TCAS, it'd be great because we would be able to roughly sort of see where he is. We've of course got Graham directly on my 6 o'clock in that Spirit Airlines jet. We should see Matthew. Oh, there's Matthew. There we go. You can see his nav lights. So for you guys in the stream, that's Graham flying right behind us, and then we've got Matthew there about 2 minutes behind. So there's 3 of us in a line all the way to Chicago. That's pretty cool. So I'll check on vPilot, and there's no controllers still. But that's not too much of a problem for us, I guess. And we're coming up to Memphis in about 200 miles. So for Navigraph, if you want to see our progress, I can show you guys on the chat. Matthew, that's perfect for speed. That's exactly the same speed as me, 265 knots. So that's bang on. Let's have a little look at Navigraph. So, if you're tuning in for the first time, please click subscribe down below as well. Join us as a frequent flyer. Head to our Discord as well for loads of stuff there. Let me know if you're enjoying the overlay as well. It's the first time using this particular overlay, so. You can see our progress anyway on Navigraph. Pretty much at the halfway point now. There where the cursor is Memphis. That might be there actually. There we go. Memphis International. And then we're going to be heading up to towards Jacksonville, St. Louis, and Washington Regional, apparently, according to that, which is I don't think is quite correct. So we're flying through Kansas City and then up towards Illinois and eventually Chicago. You can see all the on Navigraph as well. All of these crazy things here are all oceanic crossing routes, and that's a different type of VATSIM really. I still haven't quite got my head around oceanic crossings. Gadget, welcome. We are towards Memphis, 36,000 feet, 265 knots. On the very top of the overlay you'll be able to see the progress. We're pretty much halfway. And Gadget, yeah, of course, you can fly on the next one. Tomorrow I'm open to suggestions, so we could either do Sydney to Auckland, similar sort of flight time as today, and we'll be departing, it'll be about midday though, UK time, and it would then send us across. By the time we land in Auckland, local time for them, it'll have tipped into the new year. So that's one option. We could do, as Tan asked a little while ago, we could do Singapore to Kuala Lumpur and then back again, so we could do that. Knoxville, nice. Matthew still can't find us. Well, we could definitely see you. And it's showing active, and it shows you as a JetBlue aircraft. So it's saying that you're displaying absolutely fine for us. As we had a little look earlier, we could see you. You were on our 6 o'clock around here somewhere. Although now you seem to have disappeared. But persevere with it, Matthew, because when we get to Chicago you will be visible, we will be able to see you, and we will be able to watch you land and things as well. So don't be too worried about not being visible right now. vPilot, I know in the air it can be, in the sim at least, it can be a little bit temperamental, so sometimes it just won't show all the aircraft around you. Oh, actually, there we go. I can see your nav lights. Don't know if you guys can see it in the stream. If I keep zoomed in maximum here, but I can see you flashing away there. Pretty much directly ahead of you, but you won't see. Matthew, you won't see my aircraft or Graham's aircraft for that matter, because of the position of our lights to you. All you might see is one white light strobe on our tail. That's probably all you'll see if you zoom in, so it'll be very difficult for you to actually see us, I think. But we can see you just about, and when we get closer to Chicago as well, we will become visible to you a little bit better as well, especially when we're turning and you can see our nav lights at that point. Dominic, thank you very much. Something a little bit more subtle and just at the very top of the screen, so it doesn't get in the way as much as the one from yesterday, because that pretty much covered most of the stuff as we were setting things up, although yesterday was a bit of a mad stream. We've got super chat enabled in the stream now, guys, as well. So you'll notice there's like a little $ on the live chat, and it says show your support for British AvGeek. All you've got to do, if you want to pin a message and get it read out by automation in the stream, you can click that button and do a special message, as Wesley showed us earlier on. Actually, it popped up in a big highlighted blue super chat message, and then it got read out with an announcement with the text read out on the stream, which is quite cool. New function that we've been able to unlock on the stream, which makes the live chats a little bit more interesting. So there's an ability now for you guys to make your messages stand out from the rest. Memphis is, once we cross Memphis actually, in about 120 miles, we're over the halfway point. We've got Arkansas on our left hand side and Tennessee on our right hand side. Directly ahead of us is St. Louis, Missouri. So that's all along our route today. A lot of high level cloud getting factored in. Matthew's mentioned a good question there on the tooltip on vPilot chat. So a couple of editions of vPilot ago, we used to only get, so if you amended the time when you were connected, everybody would disappear and you wouldn't be able to see anybody anymore. They've updated that with the latest beta clients, and now they've fixed the issue, so we can do all of that. Yeah, Gadget, yeah, I've advised Matthew to do sort of 280 knots plus until we get to Chicago, just so he could try and catch up a little bit more. Echo, nice one. Enjoy your landing in LA. Great part of the world. San Diego's better. San Diego's my favourite place in the US. If you're wondering what our Mach is, it's at decimal 781. Our airspeed's 266 knots at flight level 360. How's our fuel coming along? We've used 3 tons of fuel, 1,500 kilos per engine, and you can see there's pretty much a good fuel balance still. There's only 20 kilograms less in that left engine, left tank. And we've got 8.7 tons left on board, so we've got tons and tons of fuel left. SimBrief is still in the phase of over-calculating what you need by about 1,000 kilograms, I think. What I like to do is, what you can do is click on the init page. It's locked now because we're airborne, but you can click across to init B and it would come up with your init B page, and you could do your fuel planning. Because we're airborne, when we click across, it takes us to our fuel prediction page instead. You can see there it's estimating we're going to land at Chicago with 5 tons of fuel left on board, so we're going to be quite heavy for landing still. As we get closer, we'll start to think about inputting our data for the arrival as well. And as someone was mentioning earlier, we've got the secondary flight plan. It's greyed out currently because it's a work in progress, but it is being looked into, and that'll be quite cool when it comes in. Specifically good for diversions and things as well, so if we've got a second flight plan for a diversion, we can go ahead and activate that. And eventually, at some point, hopefully, we will be able to enter hold. So we can click a waypoint and click hold as the working title mod is done, and we'll be able to fly the hold eventually at some point in the future. Have a little look. I'm going to have a look on my phone actually. I've got an app on Android called VATSIM, and it's free to use on Android. I think there's another version. It's called something slightly different for Apple phones, but you can see all of our positions, and you can see what ATC are online. Indiana Center is online, or Indianapolis Center. So I think we'll be flying into them shortly, actually. I can see us on the map, actually. I can see... Who have we got here? I can see Matthew, MSY to Ord. 496 knots. And I can see Graham, who's directly below us at 34,000 feet, 480 knots. It's just slightly ahead, actually. And myself, 36,479 knots. So Graham's leapfrogged us, although he's there for our intents and purposes. But he is actually ahead of us on VATSIM, and Matthew's a couple of miles ahead, a couple of miles behind actually. But we'll all catch up and merge together once we get closer to Chicago. Just have a little quick look through my content suggestions tab on Discord for some routes. I've had quite a few suggestions actually. We've got Atlanta to Denver, New York to Orlando, Singapore to Kuala Lumpur and back, Grenada to St. Kitts and Nevis and back, Seattle to Ottawa, it's about 4 hours, probably a bit long for tomorrow, Paris Orly to Ajaccio, and Sydney to Auckland is another one that's not on the list just yet. LAS to RIC. Where's RIC? Richmond International Airport. JetBlue. So Richmond in Virginia. Nick, what's the flight time for that? If anyone else has got suggestions, you can let me know. I've had somebody on a comment for a video a little while ago suggested Grenada to St. Kitts, so that is on the list. It's lively anything, Vince. St. Kitts is your hometown. Lovely. I'd love waking up in the morning with great weather, trees, ocean, beach. I'd love all that. That'd be fantastic. If anyone else has got any suggestions for what you want to see for tomorrow's live stream, let me know in the chat, and I'll pull the ideas up. Whichever's the most favourable, or whichever ends up super chatted, then that'll be the one we'll go with. But I'm happy to take any suggestions at all. And then of course on the 1st of January we've got the group flight. We're going from Cardiff and Wales. Pilot stood, good evening. David Bartley's suggesting flying to Vancouver. Kelowna is a short hop. That's a nice idea, could do both ways for that if it's a short hop. So we could operate a return service. Air Canada probably. So on the 1st of January, as I was saying, we've got the 1,000 subscriber group flight, celebrating a little party flight for us on the Microsoft Flight Simulator multiplayer servers, the details for which are in my Discord server, and it's open to everybody to join in for that, so everybody can tune in and come along, fly with me in whatever aircraft you want. St Mary's is a tiny airport, though very tiny strip, but we've already got Echo saying that he's going to try and get a 747 in there. That'd be quite good to watch. So you could either join us and fly with us, or you could watch the stream, or both, on the 1st.
Thanks for the VATSIM tutorials. Keep it up.
Pilot Stud, thank you very much for your donation. And yeah, I'll be working to get some more tutorials coming up in the near future. I'm going to create a little PDF as well of some frequent phrases that everybody hears on the network as well, to try and help people understand the basics. For me at least, if I've got something to read in front of me when I'm watching a tutorial video, then it works quite well. Like it goes in my head a little bit better. Gamers saying that we used shared cockpit yesterday. We did actually, and it didn't go too well actually, to be honest. At one point we went from 36,000 feet to 9,000 foot in about 1 minute. So we lost. It bugged out quite badly for us. We were supposed to do Heathrow to Frankfurt and back. We got to Frankfurt and then it completely broke, and we didn't actually make the return journey. For a 1 hour 30-minute flight, we managed to get. Where did we go? It took us 3.5 hours just to get to Frankfurt. So it was a lot more difficult than it should have been, really. When it's more stable and it works properly with all of the aircraft, it will probably be an amazing add-on program for everybody to use. But for me, there's just too many bugs for me to deal with. Certainly too many to stream with anyway. And it's not VATSIM ready just yet. It needs to be a lot more stable for that, I think. I certainly don't want to get banned from the VATSIM network for crashing out and causing other aircraft issues on the network. But yeah, as David said, we barrel rolled and nosedived. We lost 10,000 foot in about 5-10 seconds, 15 seconds at one point. It was pretty violent. But yeah, I did think it was a little bit daring of us actually when we added VATSIM as well into the mix. I thought we'll give it a go, but the guy that flew with us yesterday, Callum, is one of the moderators on our Discord server. He gave it a go a couple of days prior, and it worked perfectly for him. And last night when he was using it, it worked perfectly for him again. So I think it's just hit and miss what you expect on the day, how it behaves. Archer suggested Geneva to Nice, with lake in Geneva being really nice for scenery. Flying over the Alps, and then obviously the VATSIM, the approach to Nice is quite nice. You're right there, actually, it is quite a nice approach, and it's quite tricky as well. It's got an offset ILS, a very shortened ILS approach with an offset intercept. Quite stood to depart EGCC on VATSIM last night, and went from flight level 170 to 1260 in 30 seconds. Good grief. Yeah, legacy flight model. Yeah, with the mod, that's a good point actually you make there. With the A320neo mod, you want to make sure that you've got the modern flight models in the settings selected, otherwise it can really bug out on you. It doesn't like the legacy model. Memphis in about 30 miles. So we're making some good progress now, well over halfway. Graham was catching up, but I can't see him in front of me, so he's either still just behind or he's right below. Let's have a little look. There he is, he's right below us. And Matthew's behind us, still making his way to Chicago as well. And in fact, he was asking what my speed was as well, actually, wasn't he? 265 knots. And Ariel's asking what my speed is as well. Indiana Center is online, 119 at decimal 55. So I'm going to get that ready in the standby box. .119 at decimal 55, wasn't it? Too much. There we go. So we can get that ready. Cleo, good morning. You should have an ETA on the overlay at the top of your screen. We're over halfway, so maybe about 1 hour 30 at the very most we'll be landing. Am I a pilot in real life? No, unfortunately not. It was a path that I was going along, so I was going through elements of my PPL and things like that, and then beyond that it got very, very expensive and unaffordable for me, so I had to stop all of that. But I spent a few years as a flying instructor on light aircraft for the Air Cadet organisation. I did that for about 4 or 5 years, really loved it, with Graham actually, who's below us. We were both flying out of RAF Cosford together, which is quite cool. So now we can fly together in the sim, of course, but it's a very expensive hobby. As Matthew's saying there, we're not passing Indiana Center. He makes a good point. Ah. So interestingly, in America, some of the ATIS stations trigger the automatic ATIS information to come in from the in-sim radio. I'm not going to click it because I don't want to bug out on VATSIM, but some of the ATIS information of the airports rendered into the sim have got 122.8, which conflicts with VATSIM's Unicom server, which is not great. Eventually, as we get further away from wherever airport that is that's conflicting with it, we'll be able to go back onto Unicom. But I don't want to listen to ATIS information repeating itself all the time. Unless maybe it cycles out after 2 repeats. Yeah, Matthew, thank you, yeah. Central East region, first up. Nice. I was, God, I can't remember what the region was called. It was Central region, actually. West Midlands. For me, actually, that was I was in the West Midlands. I can't remember for the life of me what region that was. The 8 PPL, nice one. I loved it. I loved all my flying training. It was great for that private pilot's license stuff. But nowadays, it's about £10,000 to £12,000, and I was unable actually to afford to continue it all. The Air Cadets was great because it was all flying for free. Albatross, hello, thanks for tuning in. The Air Cadets was great because it was all sponsored by the Royal Air Force. It was all paid for by them so that we could train, learn to fly and all that. That was great. So I was flying from the age of 13, flew solo at 16, started flying solo at 16. So I could fly planes on my own younger than I could drive a car. And David was in the cadets as well. It's interesting, there seems to be, at least in the UK, quite a large proportion of the sim community coming in from like the air cadet side of things. For those of you familiar with the Midlands, RAF Cosford in Shropshire is where we used to be. Me and Graham, who's connected below us, we're at 633 Squadron at RAF Cosford. We had a fantastic time there, it was brilliant. Best thing I ever did actually through childhood was being the Air Cadets. Recommend it to everybody. Ariel's new, really want to learn the best way to fly in the sim. What would you say the best way for me to learn as a beginner? Watch your friends sometimes. That's a really good question. Ultimately, I suppose it depends what you want to get out of the simulator. So if you want to fly IFR as we're doing today and you want to fly the airliners, then watching videos like this are great because you can see how to set the aircraft up. At the very start of today's stream, for example, we started cold and dark on a stand in Cancun, and we went through setting up the aircraft using the SimBrief integration, with using the Flybywire mod, of course. Then you'll see pushback and startup and things. But over time I'll be creating some tutorials for that as well to help people like yourself, Ariel, get into the airliners on the sim. If it's light aircraft that you want to get into, then I'd probably recommend jumping into the Cessna 172 for now.
Roger that, I'm Marcus, like, received the upgrade one.
And blatting about for a bit in that, so you get used to at least how to fly on the sim, and then you step into. Get rid of that again. You can step into Cessna Grand Caravan or something a little bit bigger over time and get used to slightly bigger aircraft. David, you flew at Turnhill, RF Turnhill, nice. Was that in the, what's it called, not the Viking or the Vigilant, I can't remember the one beforehand. What was the aircraft that the Air Cadets flew before the Vigilant? That's what I used to fly anyway, the little Grob 109B, I think it was. The Vigilant as it was known. Viking Vigilant. I can't remember what the predecessor for the Vigilant was. David, actually, yeah, you've just reminded me, the latest update, I believe, Microsoft or Asobo putting some flight training videos. Venture, that was it. Yeah, I think Asobo put in some basic videos on how to fly the A320neo, so probably a good place to start is there, actually, in the flying trainings. On the flight training tab inside the main menu of the sim. That's probably a good place to start, and then go from there. If you head to my Discord server, Ariel, the links, every now and again it will appear on the Streamlabs bot. You can always ask all of us in that little community there any questions that you might have. You can join us for our little group flight as well if you want to connect to multiplayer and just blat about in a Cessna as we go from Cardiff to St Mary's on the 1st of January. Everybody's welcome to join us for that. And I guess what I could work towards over the next month or two, just create some tutorials to try and help people like yourself get started in the A320. But yeah, as David's saying there, he's probably makes a good recommendation there. Start in the Cessna, start small, do a couple of flights in that to get used to it, and then go into the A320. Step up aircraft as you go. Handful of Coventry. That's where I was doing it, actually, in a Piper Cherokee. Midland Air Training as it was. I think it still exists. I think it's still there. Had a great flying instructor called Ron. Had another flying instructor called Chris, who was, when I was 15, he was my instructor. He was 22, 23 years old, and took a flight out to, just before I went for solo, actually. He jumped in. He wasn't supposed to go on this little trip, but he jumped in with a couple of other guys based elsewhere on the airfield at Coventry, and flew off to France for the day, and crashed in the Channel, unfortunately, and lost his life. Wolverhampton Business Airport. Didn't even know it was called that anymore. But yeah, not very far from Cosford at all. Cosford was great to fly out of. We had a grass strip, 2 grass strips, and a concrete strip. Actually, watched a C-17 land at Cosford. It was like putting a C-17 down on Skiathos, really. Matthew's just asked on the tips there, how does he know you're connected on Mode C? That's a very good question. On the top of the vPilot client, you'll see it will say disconnect Mode C ident flight plan settings. If it's in green, it means it's activated. But Mode C is sort of, easy way to think about it is altitude reporting, so you'd make sure that's on. Let's see if we've got rid of that automated ATIS. No. Don't even know what that is. How are we doing? Matthew's behind us somewhere. Oh, there's Matthew actually. Catching us up. If I zoom in too much, he disappears bizarrely. But we can see him flashing away in the distance. And Graham. I have no idea where he is. Excuse the upside down for a moment. Giving you all the good views. Ian was Alma at Coventry. Was that Midland Air Training? A guy called Ron was the chief flying instructor. Great guy, always wore a leather jacket. Turn that off. Can't stand the in-sim ATC stuff. Let's have a little look at our progress on Navigraph. So there we go, well over halfway now, you can see there. Headed north all the way at Cancun over and New Orleans. We've passed Memphis a couple of minutes ago, and we're on up towards Kansas City FIR, which is this big green patch here. And then at this waypoint, 4 to sell. We're then turning northeast to head back towards Chicago O'Hare. If you're new to the channel and you're tuning in for the very first time, I would love it if you could click the subscribe button down below, and Matthew can see us. That's good. Yeah, Ian, I've got my my logbook actually for that up in the loft still. I've got my little my entire little flight bag actually, all in the loft with my Sennheiser headset, just in case I ever get the chance to continue with my PPL again. Yeah, Matthew, that'll be me that you can see. Interestingly, Graham's still connected, but if, let's go on .aircraft. He's 4.2 miles. I think he's ahead of us. So he's over there somewhere ahead. We can't quite see him. Oh, actually, where my cursor is. So he's about 2 minutes ahead of us. You can just about see his beacon and his strobes flashing. Turning that off again for 5 minutes. If we weren't on VATSIM, I'd press pause and dig out the sound settings to turn that in-sim ATC voice stuff off. But on VATSIM, especially because I've got one aircraft ahead and Matthew behind us as well, if I click pause it can cause us some issues with spacing and things.
Southwest 1885 is 6 miles from the driver. Turn left.
They're saying the in-game ATC is better. They've been given better descent instructions. That's, I've heard that actually. I've read that from quite a few people across the community on different servers, all reporting that it's improved a lot.
230 for driver, ILS approach, clearance 23 right.
Well, yeah, the last time I used the in-sim ATC was in August, I think, and I flew into I flew towards Heathrow using it, and I remember I was 10 nautical miles out from the airport, and I thought I'll just leave it and see how long it takes for it to give me descent instructions, and it tried to get me to go from.
Thank you for that double team.
It tried to get me to go from flight level 340 or something down to the ILS in 5 or 6 nautical miles, which of course is not achievable.
Delta 2296, roger, climbing team, flight level 350.
I think Matthew on the live chat there is referring to that ATIS information that we keep hearing on the Unicom channel. Asobo hopefully over time maybe changes that, so we get a different frequency for it. If we're flying through this territory at least, you don't want to keep hearing ATIS. So he's probably hearing this. So you can see there at the next waypoint, 150 nautical miles or so, we'll be turning northeast up through Illinois, and then we'll be thinking about descent into Chicago. So it's actually been quite a nice and eventful trip so far, it says, without jinxing it. Get a couple more of those nice little cabin views.
You've proceed direct to Nashville VR, Bravo, November Alpha.
And what was the descent we were using? Turtle 6. So I don't think that exists. I think that's just something that the sim brief has given us, but it doesn't exist in the sim. There's Turtle 6 FTZ to runway 28 right. Okay, well that makes sense. So for Forrestal, which is actually the waypoint we're coming up to soon before we turn right. Okay, yeah, that does make sense actually. That's a massive arrival.
Southwest 1885, the wind is Indy 210 at 1 tree right, clear to land.
And we're going to be at Maroc at flight level 240.
Right, Southwest 1885.
Yeah, so when we make our right turn shortly at FTZ, that's the actual entry point for the star. So if I show you guys Navigraph again, it is a good piece of software to be fair. We're going to be coming in at Forrestal, which is a VOR with a frequency of 110.8, you can see there. Head north 026 degrees up to Groove, and then we'll be well into our descent at that point from Forrestal. 48 nautical miles that we then headed down to flight level 240 by Maroc. I'll tend to stick to the bottom ceiling if there's no ATC on. Continue for another 38 nautical miles to Trish, down to flight level 140, and then Turtle. There's our Turtle waypoint there for that star. Flight level 110, 11,000 feet. Then descending into that Chicago ATZ, and then at Reno we'll be branching off, and depending on what runway is in use, would mean we would take certain routes. We're of course going to be taking the southern route over Lake Michigan before turning back round on ourselves for final approach. So that's what the charts look like. The star is Turtle 6, but Matthew, the sim doesn't it doesn't think that there's a star for it, frustratingly. What runway did we plan for actually? If I just go back into the flight deck. 28 right. Okay, well that's probably why, because we want 28 right from Reno on track 048 to Giorgio, then on track 93 degrees to Monks, then to Tony, 93. Expect radar vectors to final approach course. So similar to our SID actually at Chicago the other day on a stream. If you guys remember, those of you tuned in, you'll remember that we had a SID out of Chicago, but it didn't actually exist. It was just an odd 6 departure. Basically, you take off and then you get the arrival, you get the departure vectors given to you. See there, just coming off in the distance, 320 nautical miles. We've got all our little decel point for the nav display, and Chicago O'Hare. Interestingly, actually, it doesn't give us the actual star. So I wonder if I click. So this is silly because we're using Navigraph nav data. So maybe if I click 28 left. Still no star. Let's try 28 centre. No star.
Southwest 1885, welcome back to Indy, it's Bravo.
Graham, who's in the aircraft ahead, we're actually going to try and do, if there's no ATC, we're going to try and do a parallel landing. So one of us will land on 28 right and one of us will land on 28 left. But I'm still trying to work out how to get this rest of this. Matthew, just program, as I've got it there, from FTZ, just program a arrival into 28 right via Volga. Arrival. So there should be loads of waypoints for us to click through. Okay, so flight plan. FTZ, then we click it. Then go to the runway. Doesn't make any sense. I'm just following what my mate's saying in front of me. It's interesting that I've got a very different result to the two guys in front and behind, and I've got Navigraph data. To it right. So from FTZ, I should get the arrival, and for some reason I'm not getting anything at all, and that's really annoying. I'm getting all these stupid waypoints put in on finals, which don't actually exist. As always, so I've got Navigraph data. Graham, who's in front, hasn't got the Navigraph data input, and he's fine. I think Matthew behind, I don't think Matthew's got Navigraph, and he's fine. Oh, okay. So, I'm being told to select different runway. No, no star. If any of you guys got any suggestions on how to try and fix this mess, then let me know in the chat. Maybe I could try RNAV. No star. From FTZ, New Boy, no, unfortunately not. Yeah, Matthew makes a good point. You can use the charts on my Discord server. So click K-Ord 28 right, he's telling me. And then I should get arrival. Interesting, ILS-09 shows 0 meter runway, so that's not correct either. We want 28 right. Chartfox is fantastic, Ian. Yeah, as you're saying, that is a great option. That's what I was using before Navigraph actually, and I preferred it, to be fair. There's no approach fires. Maybe if I click no fires. No. Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't like it. So, you pay for Navigraph data, and then you find that it doesn't work properly because the sim, well, I don't really know, but it's pretty rubbish. So let's quickly try and put in what we got. So we've got Groove afterwards, after FTZ. So after FTZ, we want Groove. Now we're adapting on the fly, so we can try and get this done. So I'm going to use my second screen. GROOV, insert. Good, let's put Groove in. Come on now, let's do this nice and quick, shall we? After Groove, we want Cancun. C-A-S-H-N. I mean, if this is Navigraph data that's causing the issue, I'm not impressed. Cancun. Why do I feel like the aircraft is going to bug out? What is it doing? So it's not letting me put in both, so I'm going to have to put Groove in. Insert once it goes in to make sure it's happy. This is where we might bug out the... Oh, for God's sake. And it's wiped my entire MCDU. I'm not going to mess around with it anymore. Usual Sobo nonsense. And this is where VATSIM gets difficult because you're trying to fly something that all of a sudden you can't fly. Are you joking? Good grief. Kansas City approach, KMCI ATIS, which I don't want. So what we could do is fly it manually if we want to. I'm going to get the ATIS information for K-Ord. Because it's telling us now we're getting closer. I wonder if it's going to let me do it now actually. Alright, let's do it right. Yeah, no star via Volga.
November 136 Alpha Tango, leaving airspace to the east. Washington's offline radar service is terminated. Frequency change to advisory is approved. Join the flight.
Yeah, David, it's just very bad MSFS as usual.
Advisories approved, thank you very much. And we'll
So,
see you next
performance
time.
page.
Citation success, bingo.
Our QNH 2985. When we get closer to, as Matthew's saying there, as we get closer to Chicago, that other bit of ATIS information that the sim is feeding in for no reason, that should have gone. Plus 1 degrees Celsius and wind 260 at 15, gusting 22. And in the US, the transition altitude 18,000. Anthony Lawton's got a good question there. How do you join VATSIM? So yeah, as you saying there, you have to apply for it. Once you get an account, you have to go into their training thing and do like a new entrance course, I think it's called. Not particularly a long course, but that's how you get onto there. And then you'll get a P0 rating, I think it is, or P1 rating. Approach to 28 right, I think is what I was planning for. And we want 108.95. And the minimum's 200, or 100 for Cat 2. I'll put 200 and I'll see what the sim gives us as we connect to the localizer. And interestingly, my frequency is not correct for the ILS. Should be 108.95. What? Oh, hold on. That's 28 center.
Indy Center, good morning, River 012 Delta Mike.
Good grief.
Ground in Cincinnati, ready to take off. Ready to taxi today.
November 012 Delta Mike, Indy Center, good morning, sir.
It was 111.1.
3003. 18 left, taxi via Mike Sierra.
Having a mare.
Cincinnati,
That's
altimeter
gone back into
3003.
temporary flight plan.
Runway 18 left, taxi via Mike Sierra.
There's one thing after another today. Temporary 28 right, in Volga. It hasn't got any stars or any transitions for us. I'm hoping that might have then fixed. Chicago's elevation, good question, Anthony. Let me find out for you. Airport elevation of 680 feet. Today, final approach course of 273 degrees. So for you guys, I'll show you Navigraph again briefly.
And Charlie Foxtrot, Quebec, Papa Kilo,
That's what our
welcome
approach is
to
going
the
to look
Dayton
like.
Airport. It'll be a right exit. You can take Echo.
In via Mott
36
over Lake
November
Michigan,
to the ramp.
straight in, runway 28 right. Graham's going to try and land on 28 centre, I believe, at the same time as us. Matthew's managed to get ahead as well.
Delta 2296, leave Meyer space to the south. Memphis is offline radar services. Terminated frequency change advisory. It's approved. Show the flight. We'll see you later.
I'm just going to leave this to fly its own route, I think.
Okay, going to Car 1228. Thanks for releasing seat. I have near you, Delta 2296.
Everybody's managed to get in front of me, but I can't see anybody. Anther Navigraph is £80 a year, I think. They do a monthly subscription, but it's particularly expensive if you pay monthly for it, so I don't really I don't recommend paying monthly if you want an Avograph. I'd pay annual. It's €90, I believe, round about that. I'd pay that value instead. Oh yeah, Echo, yeah, 747's broken still from the patch. I think the liveries for the 787 are broken as well, if I'm not mistaken. But good luck for St Mary's. I've got a company message. ATSU. Graham, I hope this is clean. Oh, I've got 2 new ones. Just seen company message. Saw your message. That was about an hour ago. Yeah, we had some great pizza. We visited. Myself and Graham went to Chicago for a stag do in March, and it was great. We had some amazing Chicago pizza there. There's our approach page ready to go. Theodore, hello, welcome. So I'm set up for runway 28 right. Graham's set up for, I think, runway 28 centre.
TDM 2 Delta Mike, the wind at Cincinnati.
Oh man, Chicago Centre's online.
18 gust 26
134.857.
clear for takeoff.
That's going to make it difficult for me. So 134.875.
Runway 18 left, RNAV to
Let's call up Chicago Centre then. Let's have a little listen. We've got K Audatus as well online. Matt, I'd imagine if you're managing to get really far ahead of us, it might be if you're using the in-sim weather, it might be causing an issue because we've got 37 knot almost sort of crosswind there for us. So we're trying to get it back on us anyway on this sort of track, but it's all a mess for us really. Thank you, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Groove, let's have a little look at this arrival then. Turtle 6. Open charts. So we've got a little while until we get to Chicago Centre, thankfully, so we can try and sort this out.
Delta 2111, squawk 1316.
A little bit. Let's start a descent to 240.
Chicago Center, American 775. We had information from Bravo Alpha to Portland.
Theodore, we're using VATSIM.
75, get out some expect PDC. Thanks, Bravo. Right, PDC, American 775. Thanks.
I'm going to see if I can input from Groove.
Chicago Center, good morning. Turkish 5.
No, it's not going to let
Good
me.
morning, squawk 1301. 1301, Turkish 5.
How am I going to do
11
this?
radar contact, 11,100, 22 miles northwest of O'Hare. Descend and maintain 7,000. Vectors ILS runway 27 left.
I'm probably going to have to try and fly this manually. Basically, the sim is mucked up for me, and it's going to make this really difficult. Got a little while anyway to get to Chicago. We've got approach online. We can read their ATIS.
Delta 2111, information Bravo's current.
Simultaneous approaches in use, which is good.
Turkish
Overcast
5,
1,500
12
feet.
miles west of Walter. Descend and maintain 9,000. Information
2987
Bravo,
ATIS.
O'Hare, altimeter is 2987. Okay, we'll descend 9,000. QNH matter
260 at 17 knots, gusting 29. Expect vectors ILS runway 27 left approach and ILS runway 27 right approach. ILS 28 centre
No, just to set a maintain 9,000.
and 28 left available on request.
That point where I could actually get you on a waypoint.
Matthew, the frequency that we need to call up shortly is 134875. And then Chicago approach of 12095 is next.
Chicago, good morning, American 2847. Sorry, I didn't see you sneak online there. We're on November going to 28 right at November 5.
2847, no problem. Expect PDC. Continue taxi.
So I'm going to go to Vinca, I think now. Let's go direct. This is where I really muck it up. Please behave now.
Turkish 5 Heavy, it'll be back to ILS runway 28.
Now I'm forcing the sim to try and... I'm going to go direct to every waypoint on the star. Although I've skipped Cancun, but we're not in Chicago airspace until Vinca, I don't think, so... actually just before Vinca. So let's go direct Cancun. This is where the sim really messes up for me now. And we are flying Spirit. Ooh, that is a heavy bank angle for this altitude and this speed. Interestingly, it doesn't think Cancun exists in my Navigraph nav data. Dylan, yet we're still going. Starting a descent now though to Chicago, and we've got Chicago Centre online, and we've got Chicago 8 approach.
Holding short trade right at November 5, we are ready for departure.
American 2847, the wind is 26017, gusting 29, runway 2 right, November 5, clear for takeoff, runway heading.
Fly runway heading, trade right at November 5, clear for takeoff, American 2847.
Quite strong crosswind now, so the aircraft's going to have
2111,
heading to our track.
4,000
And I'm having to try and force this in. Cancun, then on to... where is it? Vinca. And then it's a straight line from Vinca by the looks of it. Dylan, yeah, we're using the Navigraph nav data, and weirdly we've got a whole load of problems flying into Chicago. So just reading through all this ATIS information, there's a lot. Chicago Centre, please contact me.
Chicago Centre, this is Spirit Wings 105, with you flight level 340.
Urban 105, Chicago Center, good afternoon. Squawk 1314.
And it might do in the future.
Squawk 1314.
Yeah, Dylan, Navigraph puts it in. I keep meaning to delete it. Chicago Centre, good morning. Spirit Winds 772 inbound Cancun, flight level 290, descending for 240.
772, good morning, Squawk 1353.
Squawk 1350, Spirit Wings 772.
1353.
Apologies, 1353 for Spirit Wings 772.
Control Center, good afternoon. This is JD655 inbound to Bylaw. That's 36,000 feet.
There's Matthew.
655, squawk 1363, good afternoon.
So, when are we hitting Cancun?
Say again?
Squawk 1363.
And Cancun, I'm going to have to go direct Vinca.
1363.
So let's get that ready.
Airlines 105, radar contact, flight level 340.
There we go.
Survey 404, acknowledge radar contact, flight level 240.
Roaming 772. Roaming 772, radar contact is 28 miles west of Spinna, flight level 280. Confirm the altitude you're descending to.
Descending to flight level 240. Spirit Wing 772.
Okay, so Roger. Are you descending by the profile?
Would you like me to achieve a different altitude?
No, just wondering. Okay, descend and maintain flight level 240. Maintain for now.
We'll go descend and maintain flight level 240, Spirit Wing 772.
Urban 105, you can descend with the total 5 arrival, maintain 12,000, the altimeter is 298.
See how the MCDU is really bugged out now.
Altimeter 2990 and descend to 12,000 feet for Spirit Wing 105.
Descend via the total 5 arrival.
Apologies, descending via the total 5 arrival for Spirit Wing 105.
Delta 2111, turn right heading 240.
Welcome to the channel, thanks for subscribing. Spirit Wing 772 is that call sign?
240.
240, Delta.
American 2847, radar contact, say altitude.
We are maintaining 5,000 feet, American 2847.
2847, radar contact 5,000, cleared direct Olean, climb maintain, flight level 360, resume normal speed.
Resume normal speed, direct Olean, climb flight level 360,
There isn't a
American
total 6.
2847.
Total 5.
JetBlue 655, radar contact, flight level 360, and confirm you're following the total 6 arrival.
TRTLL.
Radar contact and yes, total 6 arrival.
Alright, descend via the total 6 arrival, maintain 12,000, altimeter 2987.
Maintain 12,000. Descend and maintain 12,000.
Oh, I'm trying to keep this
Descend
going.
via the total 6 arrival as published, maintain 12,000.
Okay, descend via total arrival, maintain 12,000.
Delta 2111, right turn heading 250, intercept runway 27 left low climb.
250 on the low, 27 Delta.
Turkish 5 Heavy, turn left heading 180, descend and maintain 5,000.
180, descend 5,000, Turkish 5.
So this entire star doesn't exist with the Navigraph charts, or the Navigraph nav data, which is a bit annoying because people are paying a lot of money for this and it doesn't work with the sim properly. I get it's a beta, but they should really be offering it as a discounted price, in my opinion. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I have no idea if my position is correct on this approach because well, it looks okay on Navigraph moving map. Making it up as I go along, trying to fly as per the charts. You see that little magenta arrow is our position. So we're not doing too badly actually. And if I put the overlay on, there you go, you guys can see what we're doing. Although that doesn't really line up properly, interestingly enough. Yeah, see Vinca, yeah, it doesn't line up at all. So even that doesn't work properly. But we're giving it a good run. Where's the turtle waypoint? Is that it? Yes. Is that the turtle waypoint? Yes. So just to see where we're supposed to be going.
Delta 2111, you cleared ILS runway 27 left approach.
Third Ellis, 27 left, Delta 2111.
Jet the 655, what is your next waypoint in your FMC?
Bylaw, area 655.
Okay, looks like you might not be on the Turtle arrival, you might actually be on the Benki 6 arrival.
So Matt, what I'd say is just
Request vector.
there we go.
Area 655.
Just sending him some messages on vPilot to try and help him along.
But no problem, you just continue. I don't need you off that, you can continue the Benki 6, that's fine.
There we go. So he's saying just continue.
Area 655. It's time to go from Bylaw to Turtle, and then continue.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. You're doing the bylaw transition on Turtle arrival, that's fine, continue.
Okay. Area 655.
Cool. So he's sorted. We've still got 7,000 kilograms of fuel on board. So as you'll see, the controllers are helpful on VATSIM. Let's just have a look at our position there. Still doing alright actually. When we get closer to Turtle, I'm going to have to input the next waypoint and try and force the aircraft to go direct to it. Try and follow a line as best as I can at least. Who knows? I think we're going to get the ILS 27 left potentially. ATIS is basically suggesting that most of the runways are in use. It's saying arrivals expect vectors ILS runway 27 left and 27 right approach. So 27 left. Please don't break. No. Bloody sim. This is when I really start to get annoyed with Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's trying to get me back to groove, look. Back to Turtle, please. What?
Turkish 5 requesting further vectors. Yes, we're about to do that. Turkish 5 Heavy, right turn now heading 240 and a separate runway 28 center localizer. Alright, right 240 and intercept space to the localizer, Turkish 5 Heavy.
Okay, we're back in the game. There we go.
Delta 2111, wind 26017, gusting 29, runway 27
While I'm
left
flying
airline.
that, I'm just going to try and clear groove. And B side, whatever that is.
Turkish 5 Heavy, you are 10 miles from Mimo. Maintain 5,000 till established on the localizer. Clear ILS runway 28 center approach.
Do that annoying thing again, where it's not going to let me delete groove. Oh well, you know what? I give up. You can spend forever on this sim trying to fight. What is it doing now? Just one thing after another now. TRTLL.
Chicago City American 7075, Bravo coming out of Alpha.
Wow, wait, this is fun, guys, isn't it? Good grief.
775, runway 28 right, November 5.
Controller's probably thinking what the hell I'm doing.
Alpha 15, left November.
I'm just about keeping it on course though.
The Alpha 15, November,
A couple of miles to Turtle, and then let's have a little look at this chart again. Coyote, open charts. Turtle 6. And then we'll go.
Burbank 772, descend via the Turtle 6 arrival, and the altimeter 2987.
Descend via the Turtle 6 arrival and altimeter 2987 for Spirit Wing 772. He hasn't noticed how bad it's going in the flight deck yet, so it must be a good thing for us. We seem to be doing okay. Let's see what signs. When we get to that transition of 18,000, we will go to our local pressure. We're managing okay at the moment, actually. So even after all of that, you can see we're managing alright here. Into Turtle, we want to be Trish, flight level 150140. 38 miles to then, so we've got loads of time. Let's do 1200 foot per minute. Actually, yeah, 1400 at this speed. Then further descent down to Turtle at flight level, actually at 11,000 feet. And then direct to Reno. None of these are relevant to what we have in my sim, so we're going to have to just make it up. But I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing alright. We're almost there. Dylan, yeah. Good old Microsoft Flight Simulator, eh? UC, hello, welcome. Yeah, I've not had too many issues, touch wood, in the sim for approach lately. This is the first time actually where I've had the MCDU full on bug out on me, so it was absolutely fine yesterday. Now it's going horribly wrong for this, but hey ho. We are coping.
947, good morning, expect PDC information Bravo. Roger, I have the information.
When we're a couple of miles away from the end of that line, that's when we know we're going to hit Turtle, so I need to then activate the next direct 2. Dylan, yeah, I've not got any other sims actually installed. But a lot of people at the moment seem to be going back towards X-Plane, understandably, because let's turn these on because I know what the sim is like on this with it bugging out.
65 heavy, wind is 260 at 17, gusting 29, runway 2 at center clear line. Center clear line, Turkish 5 heavy.
Let's have a little look here. We need a steeper descent for now. Echo, nice one. 2 successful landings in a 747 or Dreamliner. I think you were saying a minute ago you were going to try a Dreamliner.
Alpha 2111, stand Echo 10 via Golf and Bravo and Alpha 8. Good day.
Yeah, Dylan, I'm still persevering with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Personally.
And you can cross 4 left. Yes, it's cross 4 left. Cross 4 left.
.787, you've done well there then, to get it down in St Mary's.
American 775, short 2 recommend 5.
Battling to get down to 15,000 by Trish.
Circuit 775, turn right heading 290, runway 2 at right, November 5, clear for takeoff. Wind is 260 at 17, gusting 29.
So right, number 5, heading 290, I'm heading clear for takeoff. American 775.
What's the next waypoint for me? After Turtle, Rhino. R-I-N-N-O. Good. Build that.
775, crashing at 407. Call me ready to taxi, holding short of taxi Alpha.
Good, we're just passing Trish at the right altitude now. We are doing alright now, guys.
Chicago Central, United 407 is ready to clear.
Yes, sir. I need you to, I don't.
I'm going to delete that Navigraph data out of my
community
community folder, I think, because
holding short of Alpha for taxi.
that is quite annoying. It shouldn't do that.
That last message was somebody, okay. Thank
Even Rhino now is just like off track for me. Should be a couple of degrees to the right.
On the Turtle arrival, the next one is 11,000 feet by Turtle. Do you want me to be 11,000 or 12,000 initially mentioned?
772 or 105? Which one are you?
105.
105. You can maintain 12,000.
Maintain 12,000.
Echo, yeah. Well, that's one way to get.
Let's do this. Descend and maintain 10,000.
That's one way to get down on
10,000
St Mary's. I'm just listening to the traffic. Sorry. So do some bits for landing because it's bugging out quite a bit. So
Yeah, the 655. Expect vectors ILS from runway 28 center approach.
Expect ILS vectors runway 27.
28 center. Jet the 655, runway 28 center.
Runway 28 center.
Red Wings 105, expect vectors ILS runway 28 center.
Expect vectors for ILS 28 center, Spirit Wings 105.
Red Wings 772, vectors ILS runway 28 center.
Roger, expect vectors ILS runway 28 centre, Spirit Wings 772.
Chicago Central, American 775, I got 30,000 for 5,290 on heading.
So before I trigger this,
radar contact 3000, clear
stick
direct Mike
forced heading so I don't
maintain
get that.
Alright, we got 380 direct Mike and normal speed from American 775.
Come on, 28 centre. I'm just going to insert that then because that's obviously broken still. And what we're doing into Rhino, R-I-N-N-O, direct. So let's reinsert that to force the sim. God, that is a holy mess. If I go into nav view, look at that. I can't delete that. We're getting there. Interestingly, it's not giving us further descent. Let's see, look. Landing east, expect radar vectors after Heary. So J-O-R-J-O. Good.
65 Heavy, welcome to O'Hare, right turn on Papa. Right turn on Papa.
Trying to build this still. And then it's track 093 degrees or 095 degrees, so I can do that manually myself. And it was 28 centre, wasn't it, for the runway? No, 28. Yeah, 28 centre. Interestingly, it's given us 28 left in the MCDU, so 108.95. which is what's in there. That doesn't make any sense. Brilliant. Why do I get the feeling this is going to go well? And then we want to be at Lundu at 9,000. So we're going to maintain 11,000 then. Lundu's there. Matthew, you'll be fine.
JetBlue 655, descend and maintain 7,000.
Descend and maintain 7,000, please. JetBlue 655.
I think we are doing okay, guys, for this. We've recovered from all of the bugs that we've just
Turkish 5 Heavy, continue on Papa. Turn left on Golf, cross runway 28 right, and then straight into stand number Mike 7. Have a good day.
Alright, we'll continue Papa, right on Golf, and cross runway 28 right, and
if you're new and you're just tuning in for the first time, do click that subscribe button down below. If you've enjoyed the stream today, then please click like as well while you're here.
At 407, runway 28 right at November 5, taxi via Alpha 9 Tango November.
Alpha 9 Tango November to November 5 and runway 28 right.
Spirit Wings 105, descend and maintain 7,000.
Descend and maintain 7,000 feet, Spirit Wings 105.
Spirit Wings 772, descend and maintain 7,000.
Descend and maintain 7,000, Spirit Wind 772.
Chicago Center, American 75, sorry, American 775, request ball 360 for the final.
775, yeah, no problem. Climb maintain 360.
About 360, American 775.
So, here we go then. Andy, but some of them are particularly good. Yeah, you see, it's a bit odd actually, because the A320neo mod, there was an update that we tested a little while ago that supposedly fixed that, but obviously it hasn't, which is a little bit of a shame. But we've still got the, that's why I always check the RadNav page to make sure the ILS frequency actually matches up. But we're doing alright. Chicago directly ahead now on our 12 o'clock. But we're expecting some particularly strong gusts as we get closer, so it's going to be an interesting approach. Last few minutes, guys, for you to make use of the super chat function if you guys want to, oh, here comes that wind. If you want to get some messages to pop out on the screen for everyone else. Landing lights are on, see what signs are on. I've left all the other lights and bits on. And here comes those gusts. A bit of turbulence for us. Great. Cool. Here we go. It's getting quite bumpy. So the end of this line here is supposedly the waypoint Yoyo.
JetBlue 655, turn right heading 090.
Juliet Oscar Romeo Juliet Oscar.
Turn right heading 090, JetBlue 655.
Chicago Center, citation 7 Charlie Bravo.
7 Charlie Bravo, go.
And then we want to go
very
to
good day to
Tony.
you, citation 7 Charlie Bravo on the ground at DuPage. Looking for IFR clearance to
This
West
is
Palm
getting
Beach,
rough
aircraft
now.
from Palm Beach International.
7 Charlie Bravo, roger, clearance request stand by. DuPage altimeter 2988.
Copy that.
There's Chicago O'Hare. through the turbulent view. Yeah, guys, definitely the A320neo definitely saves it for us all, really.
Chicago Center, American 123, flight level 280.
If it wasn't for the fly-by-wire mod, I would still be
123, squawk
in a Cessna Grand Caravan, probably.
1377, American 123.
Number 728 Romeo Sierra. Good morning or good afternoon. Clearance request
Oh, he's
standby.
getting really rough.
Altimeter G977.
See the wind on the nav display.
123, your radar contact is 40 miles southeast of Victory VOR, flight level 295, climb maintain flight 300.
300, American 123.
JetBlue 655, descend and maintain 5,000,
Seems to be okay.
right turn heading 110.
We've got a lot of turbulence, there's a lot of
Descend
gusts.
and maintain 5,000, right turn, heading, say again,
110.
110. Just leaving 695.
Chicago Center, United 4074.
At 407, fly run heading runway 28 right, number 5, clear for takeoff.
T-O-N-I-E. This is going to be an interesting landing, guys. Oh, not now. There we go. It is really
November 7 Charlie
choppy.
Bravo. You're cleared to West Palm Beach via the Darcy 6 departure. Scoto, Dennis filed, maintain, as they climb, you descend, maintain 3000, expect flight level 390, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency
Right, guys, we've just about got this back, I
134.87,
think.
squawk 137.
Flying reasonably well.
It's in Palm Beach International Airport via Darcy 6 departure, Scotto transition then
He's
Assad.
there, that's odd.
Climb via Sid, expect
That's
maintain
about right, actually,
3000,
yeah.
390 and 10.
Let's go
Departure is
10.
on 3487, 1373 in the box 7 for the Rebel.
Matthew, you seem to be doing absolutely fine, so keep it up.
7 Charlie Bravo, your read back was correct. Confirm the other weather for departure.
Yep, well, we got me.
Yeah, those engines just constantly.
Alright, runway
is
20 right
struggling.
for departure, call for taxi.
To the right, we'll give you a shot for taxi 7 for the Rebel.
Chicago Center, American 7075, where request direct sea falls, Babel, Foxtrot, Sierra Delta.
And into the cloud.
American 775 is actually out of my airspace, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Alright. Special case for you, Jamar. I'll clear direct Foxtrot, Sierra Delta.
I don't think it's EMP. They wouldn't mind. Thanks a lot. Direct Sioux Falls, American 775.
JetBlue 655, turn left heading 360. JetBlue 655, turn left heading 360.
Turn left heading 360.
Birdwinds 105, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, sir. Wing 5.
Birdwind 772, descend and maintain 5,000.
Center maintains 5,000, Spirit Wind 772.
JD 655, can you repeat the heading?
360, 360.
360.
Number 728 Romeo Sierra, cleared to destination via radar vectors Badger, then is filed, maintain 3000, expect flight level 280, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency
Activate approach phase.
134.87, squawk 1313.
Quick look at the charts for go around.
Birdwings 105, turn left heading 040.
040, ring 45.
And if we do, it's immediate left turn, 215 degrees. 2 miles and then a right turn 262 degrees. Climb to 1,100 foot, then left turn to 4,000 foot on heading 215 inbound the DPA
Red Wings 105 for the left turn heading 300, descend and maintain 4,000.
On the way 4.
JetBlue 655 left turn heading 300, intercept runway 28 center low closer.
Turn left hand 300, intercept localizer. Checking 615.
And citation 7
is correct. Just confirm the direction of
Right, 28 centre for us, Wesley, today.
Are you going east of your current position or west?
Yeah, Andy, the engines are struggling with the weather.
Here's block the last transmission.
No, that's another aircraft. Birdings 105, left turn 0300, intercept runway 28 center low closer.
Rings 105, taken, sorry.
Left 300, intercept runway 28 center low closer.
Turn left heading 300, intercept 28 center low closer, turret rings 105.
Number 720 Romeo's here, thanks for that. The Oshkosh wind 25015.
Wesley, we've got 2 aircraft in front of us, so
visibility is 9.
if we get a shortcut here, we'll be in conflict, I think, so we'll just stick with the vectors.
You can have 18 for departure, or if you want 27, you can have that as well, which one you need.
The charts take us out all the way to London at 9,000.
105, 3 miles from Hazel, maintain 4,000 to establish on the low plaza, cleared Islands, runway 28 center approach.
We should be getting a left turn shortly.
Red Wings 105, you're cleared Islands, runway 28 center approach.
Cleared for 28 center approach.
We're going to manual heading select so I don't get steered by the aircraft back to groove.
7 citation 7 for the Deluxe, flight center ready for taxi with the weather notice.
Cleared Islands approach 28 center for Wings 105.
Thank you. No, JetBlue 655, cleared Islands, runway 28 center approach.
Cleared ILS 28 center.
Red Wing 772, turn left heading 300, intercept runway 28 center low plaza.
Turn left 300 and intercept the ILS localizer 28 centre, Spirit Wing 772.
Number 728 Romeo's here, runway 27 for departure, go for taxi.
LS mode.
Number 7 Charlie Bravo, runway 20 right, taxi Whiskey and the Golf. I don't think you'll need the full length of the runway, so you can take the intersection departure from Golf.
10895.
Let know we get to the right at the Golf via Whiskey Golf 7 Charlie Bravo.
9407 requesting to decline. 947 waiting for your call. Radar contact 5000, climb maintain flight 360. Cleared rate to all in, resume normal speed.
Climb and maintain 360 and cleared all in.
Chicago. City in the distance.
American 123, descend and maintain 11,000. It is information Bravo.
O'Hare is just the other side of the support beam here.
11,000, we have Bravo American 123.
Red Wing 772, reduce speed to 170 for space.
Reduce speed 170 knots, Spirit Wing 772.
0390.
Sorry, the previous aircraft, what was that?
Delta 2663.
And where are you? Delta 2663, squawk 1321.
There's the localizer.
1321, Delta 2663.
JetBlue 655, can you keep speed 190 until 5 VME?
Flaps 2 to help us slow down to
Keep
170.
speed 190 until 5, yes, until, could you say again?
Let's say just get 190 till 5 minutes, let's say 5 miles from touchdown if you want.
Okay, so keep speed 190 until 5 miles.
If you can, let me know.
So we've got 170 knots, speed set.
Red Wings 105, wind is 260 at 17, gusting 29, runway 28 center clear land.
Who's that?
Six lands, 28 center, Spirit Wings 105.
Chicago Center Citation number 902 Echo with level 382 for 410.
902 Echo, and can you send your flight plan again, please?
Yeah, we'll do 02 Echo.
Delta 2663, radar contact, flight over 390.
I'm going to slow right down.
Delta 2663, refine your flight plan for the correct routing. I think there's an old route in there.
So you did say
Chicago
17.
Center Delta 1311 with you at 34.
Anyone got VAT scan
flight
stuff?
level 347 for 370.
Delta 1311, squawk 1343 and turn on your transponder curve, please.
Sorry, can you repeat the squawk code?
1311 and turn on your transponder, please.
Passing Hazel now. I'm just going to keep it slow because I don't want to.
Birdwing 772, following a JetBlue A320 about 3 miles of trail ahead of you. Maintain visual separation from that JetBlue.
Wilco, maintain visual separation and visual on my 12 o'clock now, Spirit Wings 772.
7 Charlie Bravo, holding short, runway 20 at deck golf, ready for departure to
Let's slow right down then.
7 Charlie Bravo, wind is 250 at 16, gusting 23, runway 20 right, clear for takeoff.
So Matthew, try and vacate the runway as quick as you can.
1311, squawk 1343.
Flaps 3, I'm going to configure as early as possible for approach speed here, I think.
Chicago Center, Delta 2663, flight plan has been amended.
Delta 2663, thank you, I'll get back to you.
Delta
Just calling towers offline.
Passing 27,000 feet on our way up to 340.
Goodbye. And November 720, runway here, runway 27, you can taxi via Bravo across runway 23. Delta 471, squawk 1374.
All I can hear is the engines whirring away.
JetBlue 655, wind 260 at 17, gusting 29, runway 28, center clear land.
Matthew, don't be worried if you have to go around, of course, Matthew.
JetBlue 655, wind 260 at 17, gusting 29, runway 28,
climb to
center clear
1,100,
land.
turn left to
Clear
4,000.
to land, runway 28, center.
That's set. On the glide slope.
And that's perfect 772, thanks for your help there. Wind is 260 at 17, gusting 29, runway 28, center clear land.
No problem at all. Cleared land, runway 28 center, Spirit Wings 772.
7 Charlie Bravo, radar contacts, the altitude.
2,300, climbing to 37 Charlie Bravo.
Quite early,
Charlie Bravo,
but
radar contact 2,400, climbing.
I'm trying to give a bit more space for Matthew ahead of us.
15.
Spirit Wings 105, vacating onto Papa 2.
Spirit Wings 105, right turn Papa.
Right turn Papa, Spirit Wings 1.
Number 9002 Echo, squawk 1333. At 1333, 02 Echo.
Spoiler's arm.
Say call sign again.
Express 1313.
Russia Express 1310, squawk 1352.
Time to land.
1352, Express 1313.
Delta 471, radar contact, flight level 300, climb maintain flight 350.
Okay, so we're looking pretty stable.
Delta 471, climb maintain flight level 350. Delta 1311, radar contact 12 miles northwest of Dells.
So I've given us loads of distance there for Matthew ahead. Probably managed to get us to a couple of miles separation there, so, and we've been given clearance to land, so we're good.
2130, squawk 1341, good afternoon.
Ice on the ground by the looks of it, and descending through fog.
Number 7 Charlie Bravo, climb maintain flight 390, resume on navigation.
3907 Charlie.
Spirit Wings 105, continue down Papa, left on Golf Cross, cross runway 2 at right, then left November.
What?
Chicago Center, good afternoon, United 1893 360.
9293, good afternoon.
Spirit Wings 105, continue taxi on Papa, then onto Golf Golf, clear to cross 28 right, and then left onto November, Spirit Wings 105.
Correct.
If you're new to the channel,
Metro 2130, radar contact 4 miles north of Spinner, flight level 310, climbing maintain flight 330.
do click that subscribe button down below. If you're enjoying the stream as well, hit the old thumbs up.
Number 9002 Echo, radar contact 2 miles
And give
south
us
of
a like.
Kalamazoo, flight level 410.
Coming to 1,000 feet. Cat 3 single, so our decision height is actually 100, but it's too late to change.
350.
Our control. I'm going to try and fly in through these really strong gusts of almost 30 knots.
American 2771, squawk 1323, good afternoon.
Ooh.
1323, American 2771.
Russia Express 1310, radar contact, flight level 340, are you
Yeah,
on a
perfectly
signal
timed.
start
See
today?
Matthew just taxiing off there. Wow, fighting it now.
Can anybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Lots of silence coming back. Russia Express 1310.
Chicago Center, American 75 has you loud and clear.
Thank you. Delta 471. Delta 1311.
Are you calling Delta 741?
Whoa,
471.
that was hard work. That was bumpy at the end.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just calling you earlier. So I did have radar contact
There's
with you.
Matthew just taxied past him.
350, Delta 471.
60 knots. I'm going to come off at Papa 2.
Yeah, again, I'm just checking into your radar contact 15 miles southeast of Dells, flight level 370.
Chicago Center, Delta 1343 with you, flight level 360.
Delta 1343, squawk 1322.
1322, Delta 1343.
Russia Express 1310, 1310, are you there?
Wesley, thank
Metro
you.
2130, descend to the ND5 arrival, expect RNAV X-ray, runway 22, left approach, midway altimeter is 2988.
Descend via the Indy. We'll expect 22 left, Metro 2130.
Yeah, it's Spirit 772, right turn Papa.
Thank you, right turn Papa, Spirit Wing 772.
Spirit 105, make a right turn, next taxi is Alpha 15, and then a right Alpha.
Echo, thank you. Yeah, that was a very odd
right
approach. It was really bumpy.
November 728 Romeo Sierra, left turn 180, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, you were over there somewhere, weren't you, Matthew, I think? There you are. Just taxiing off in the distance.
Chicago Center, Russia Express 1310, you again on
Yeah, Russia Express 1310, I was trying to call you. Which star are you on?
Wrong button there. A bit too hasty on the old buttons.
1310, star is winter 2.
Great, thank you. Cross fire at maintain 9000 on the windy 2 arrival. The altimeter 2987, 86 Bravo.
Right on to Papa, we'll buzz along until we get a bit further down and near the bottom somewhere. We'll probably be told to cross 27 left.
Your current fire and
Mad that the ice is still there.
And report of 298 Russia Express 1310.
American 2771, radar contact, flight level 350, 15 miles east of Waterloo.
How's it going?
Good.
There's Graham in the distance. And Matthew over there.
Yeah, Spirit 105, gate, if you want a gate number, it's Lima 7, have a good day.
Clear the new APU sounds.
continue taxi on Alpha to Lima 7. Thanks very much, and see you again soon. Spirit Wings 105.
Yeah. Spirit Wings 772, turn left on Golf Golf and cross runway 28 right and immediate left in November.
Cross runway 28 left, Golf Golf and immediate left in November, Spirit Wings 772.
Yeah, the 655, you took a wrong turn actually off the runway. You should have gone right, you've gone left.
That's some cool music for the APU.
Yeah, the 655.
That's Echo Echo.
Yes. Request taxi to gate. Station 655. I accidentally went left.
Yeah, you went the wrong way. Just continue down. Are you facing the northeast again?
So, Golf Golf here. He's told us to cross to
Yeah,
8 right.
65 looks like you are. Continue taxi across runway 28 center on Foxtrot, please.
Cross runway 28 center on Foxtrot.
No one's coming. We'll buzz straight
Serving
across.
772, taxi stand Lima 9 via November, Lima, and right Alpha. Good day.
Taxi stand Lima 9 by November, Lima, right on Alpha. Thank you for your services. Have a good day. Spirit Wings 772.
Yeah. American 123, turn left running 180, descend and maintain 5,000.
Cool, that's clear.
Left
So
23,
strobes
5,000, American
off again.
123.
And American 123, vectors for the ILS runway 28
immediate
center
left.
approach.
On November.
Okay, Victor's for the ILS 28 Center, American 123.
Delta 2663, you can descend via the Banky 6 arrival, and the altimeter is 298786 Bravo.
Descend via the Banky arrival.
Let's have a look at these taxi instructions. There's so many.
Number 728 Romeo Sierra, radar contact 3000, climb maintain flight 280, clear direct Badger, resume on navigation.
Where's my chart gone?
American 1421, you're on my frequency.
So Lima
Hey,
is
friend, we're just about to contact
going
you.
up.
We're crossing 160 for 280
That way.
on your 6th departure for American 1421.
American 1421, change to the Watson 3 arrival if able, let me know.
Alright, we'll change to Watson 3 arrival for
right on
American
Alpha. So
1421.
it takes us all the way around the terminal, outer buildings, around to the edge.
United 1996 at O'Hare, ready to pick up IFR.
Chicago's massive, so it's a long old taxi journey for us.
And 1996, Roger, expect EDC and the 86 Bravo.
Okay, we'll expect then we have Bravo United.
Lima. Outer lanes Bravo.
655 right turn, Papa.
Inner one is Alpha.
Said the 655 right turn there, please. American 2847, mini set is offline. Radar services are terminated. Things change, please. Have a good flight.
Continue on. Thanks for the ATC, American 2847. Good day.
So I thought the icing's still there. Lima.
And Center American 1421, we are able to Watson 4 arrival.
Oh, that's where Lima
American
is.
1421, Roger. The change to the Watson 4 arrival, climb maintain flight 280 for now.
I'm 280 for American 1421.
Look at where I'm going.
November 9002, Echo Cleveland's offline. Radar
So Lima's the next pier.
Things change, please. Have a good day.
Order advisory 02 Echo, good day, thanks for that.
Parking next to Graham, actually.
Avenue 655, you can turn next taxiway left on the next taxiway, across runway 28 right, and taxi to parking. If you want a gate number, I can give you that as well.
So go. Premium Deluxe.
Turn
Handcrafted
left
Airport.
next taxiway. Could I have a gate number?
And there's Graham.
Yeah, you can take Lima 4.
And Sky within our Citation 7 trip level quick. It should go up to level 410.
7 Charlie Bravo.
Hey Andy, thank you very much for your donation.
Thanks for the good content and especially for the VATSIM model matching tutorial.
Chicago Air information, Charlie's current wind 26018, gusting 26.
Thank you very much, it's very kind of you.
2986.
I'm glad you enjoy the model matching as well. Here we go, turning on to stand, Lima 9. That new super chat's quite cool.
American 123, turn right, heading 200.
So, I'm going to park up and then I'm going to help guide Matthew.
And JetBlue 665, you can taxi to parking.
Taxi to parking, yes, JetBlue 655.
So, engine 2. Engine 1. We should get the old logbook thing. Yep, there we go. So that's recorded our flight.
American 123, turn right heading 240, intercept runway 28 center localizer.
Right turn 240, pick up a localizer 28 center, American 123.
Surprisingly, the icing's still there.
775, mini centers offline, radar services are terminated. Free trade preview. Have a good day, Jamar, and Happy New Year.
Hey Andy, thank you.
Over to Unico, between 2 point.
The default models were too hideous, so
yeah, Delta 1343.
there are quite a few files available, but yeah, we've decided to write my own and share it with everybody. So I'm glad to.
We're just checking. Your call sign is basically D1343. Delta is actually Delta Alpha Lima.
Well, I've changed it in the last couple of days. I'll look at that and change it again, sir. Thank you very much.
American 123, 4 miles from Rizuko, maintain 5,000 until established on the localizer, cleared islands runway 28 center approach. American 123, 2 miles from Rizuko, cleared ILS runway 28 center approach.
Clear for the ILS 28 center, American 123.
American 2771, descend to the Flight 6 arrival. We expect runway 28 center, altimeter 29868 is Charlie.
Right, send in Flight 6 for 28 center, and we'll get Charlie, American 2771.
American 1421, cross Hull, that maintain 12,000.
So wait for Matthew to park up. Graham's already logged off.
Charlie, runway 28 center.
Cross Hull, that
then we're going to drop off the VATSIM network.
1421.
Chicago Center, Southwest 10-0.
Those of you who've just tuned in, we've had actually quite an enjoyable trip from Cancun, Mexico to Chicago O'Hare. We're at gate Lima 9 now. We've done a little journey across.
Southwest 1024, flight level 350.
A few of you have watched from the beginning. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed the stream, and join us tomorrow for another stream somewhere else. If you've got particular suggestions you want, then let me know in our Discord server.
Ming at 4,000, cleared for the RNAV.
And Andy, yeah, this is the Premium Deluxe handcrafted Asobo.
22 left,
Manchester,
RNAV X-ray,
Manchester,
2130.
Chicago O'Hare. It's alright, it's pretty good.
South of 1024, rec contact level 35.
Echo, cheers for tuning in. Have a good day.
Roger, Southwest 1024.
South of 2663, descend and maintain 7,000, vectors ILS runway 27 left approach.
Correct vector 27 left, what was that altitude please?
7,000.
Alright, expect ILS vector 27 left, 7,000, Delta 2663.
American 123, the wind is 260 at 18, gusting 26 runway 28 center, clear land.
2928 center, American 123.
Delta 471, requesting 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Okay, calling back.
Thanks so much.
Chicago Center, good afternoon. November 842 Alpha Whiskey, about 15 miles northwest of the center VOR with you, flight level 410.
There we go. And if we hit disconnect on vPilot, of course, the whole world disappears. and it all goes silent, it's just us. So, hope you enjoyed it. See you tomorrow for another one. Have a good night.